Welcome to Codex Rex, the video game history podcast. I am your fearless leader and host, Tyler.
And I am the harbinger of the last episode of this 6-part series that has led us through the ups and downs of id Software. And Tyler, nobody cares where they can find us. Nobody cares what we played. Nobody opens up this episode because they feel like they only want to listen to this. They listen to the entire 5-part preview to this. And I am dying. I'm dying to see what John Carmack and John Romero do after they split up. These young men, they found each other as young, lonely men that did not know anyone that could understand them. And now they have split. They became rich men. And they have gone separate ways, and I don't know where it leads, and you need to tell me. We can't do any banter. I will die if we do banter. You need to tell me, Tyler. So Andre, you play the intro music, and then he just gets straight into it. Like, you can find us on Discord, you can find Tyler as Vegan Tyler on Twitch, don't worry about it, but I do not care to do any of this. You will tell me this episode, Tyler. You will start right now, and you will fulfill my wishes to understand what Romero and Carmack have done to their lives. Please, let's go.
So anyway, yeah, I've been on like an Attack on Titan binge lately. And,
you piece of shit.
All right, fuck it, we'll get into it. You guys know where to find us. You've done this before. Let's fucking go.
Let's go, man.
On August 7th, 1996, the day after John Romero resigned from id Software, he called up his friend Tom Hall to tell him the news. Their timeline had suddenly moved up a little. I have a picture of the two of them, those fun chaps.
Oh, yeah.
There's them hanging out.
They still look the same as they did at Soft Disk.
They do. Yep. So, with Romero's we'll say not entirely unexpected departure from the company, Romero had returned his stock to the company under an agreement that he would be paid over the next 5 years an amount based on the collective sales of the previous year, then multiplied by his percent of ownership. So it's like he's getting a payout based on how much of an owner he was based on previous sales. But note, previous sales would not include Quake. This meant he would never see $1 from Quake as based on the agreement.
But Quake kind of failed financially anyway, so that's fine.
Compared to Doom.
But only kind of. I mean, yeah, compared to Doom, it still was a successful game. Yeah, that's a bit odd to say, right?
Right. Yep. The internet was already freaking out from Romero's posting of a plan file that touched on his departure. He wrote, "I'm going to jump on this .plan bandwagon just this once. I have decided to leave id Software and start a new game company with different goals. I won't be taking anyone from id with me." Which... Pause. He said that at first, but other people eventually did join him as we...
Didn't he?
Not initially.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Not initially. He left on his own, and other people left to join him later. I just got ahead of ourselves when I was sort of doing the wrap-up on Quake in the last episode.
Yeah, but Tom Hall wasn't part of it, right? That's like he planned to do something with Tom, and Tom and Tom wasn't part of it, so he planned to do something new with someone that was outside of id Software.
Correct. Tom had also been fired from id.
Yes, I remember.
So, yeah. Yep.
Tom was the guy that always wanted to continue to do Commander Keen stuff, right?
Correct. And he was very focused on narrative-style games. He
remember.
wanted narrative-type stuff. And the rest of the team wanted action.
Yep.
It only took a day for Carmack to post a plan file of his own. Quote, "Romero is now gone from id. There will be no more grandiose statements about our future projects. I can tell you what I am thinking and what I am trying to accomplish, but all I promise is my best effort." End quote. The media, rightfully, had many questions for both developers. And over the years, an absolutely incredible amount would be written about the split. But Romero was described by some as the most famous man in the industry at the time, so he really had a lot of leeway on what he could do next. Many wanted to know what that would be. As I mentioned in the last episode, Tom Hall who was frustrated having worked for Apogee, or as they were now called 3D Realms. He would have been working on a game called Prey, going through similar issues that Romero had. Just as a little backstory for those who didn't listen to the last episode. The engine for the game wasn't finished, and so, basically, he was in the same situation that Romero had been in for a while. Engine's not done. It's limiting the design process in frustrating ways. They're waiting for it to be finished. And so, given Romero's new timeline and the fact that he's annoyed waiting for this engine anyway, Tom tells the company he's going to leave in 2 weeks. Romero offers to cover Tom's salary for him until they get a deal lined up. Because remember, Romero's doing way better financially than Tom would be with the success of Doom and such.
Yes, absolutely.
It did not take long for offers to start coming in. 50% of the original id Software founders, right? Because remember, there were only the 4 of them at first, right? So having half of id Software to come to your company, big fucking draw. He and Tom Hall also had very big ideas for what the company would be. Publishers had already been trying to woo them toward working for their company, and publishers would fly them to places with first-class airfare, high-end hotels, drive them around in fancy cars, take them to expensive restaurants. A line I liked about this time was, quote, "They washed away id's baggage with champagne," end quote. There are a few highlights here. Mark Rain, do you remember him? Their temporary president from...
right. The guy that tried to buy like company stocks right before they got could have gotten the deal with Sierra, right?
Yes, yeah, that guy. Yeah, the one who like made the deals and they were like, you're on a temporary basis. Well, that guy, after being the temporary president, he left and he was now working at Epic. And he wanted Romero to come on as a game designer and start up a new IP. Mark Rain and Tim Sweeney, the founder of Epic, they ended up flying to Dallas to talk to him in person. They were working on a first-person shooter called Unreal, which was very clearly influenced by the design of Quake. They talked for a while, but Romero is like, that's cool and all, but I'm sold on starting a new company with Tom. And Epic was not at like a position where they were ready to fund another studio, right? Like they're like, we want you to come on, Romero. And he's like, no, I've promised Tom. It's Tom and I or nothing. So then Tom and Romero, they head to Activision. They met with Activision CEO Bobby Kotick. You might know that name from the industry. And their co-founder Howard Marks. They saw their offices, which were huge, and they saw teams working on Mech Warrior. Bobby Kotick offered them $3 million to develop 3 games. Romero told them this wasn't enough money. They would probably need that for 1 game. They discussed budgets for a while, but ultimately Activision passed on working with them as well. Romero and Tom had a blast, though. They had mostly been self-funded in their previous ventures, and seeing now the other side of the business was really cool, right? So, like, instead of, like, we have to have money to then make a game, to make more money, and there's, like, this scruffy thing, instead they're on this other side where all these companies are clamoring for them and trying to give them millions of dollars. So I bet that was pretty fun.
But I'm kind of getting the feeling that they don't have a good, level of expectation of what they really should get. Like, maybe they should start significantly lower than what they are used to at id Software. Because, I don't know, 3 million seems like a useful amount of money.
But they have big dreams, Docs. Big dreams. And big dreams cost lots and lots of money.
Oh, yeah. And just because, like, at id Software, they got these $100 million deals and stuff like that. So maybe they've kind of been spoiled by that.
Could be.
Okay.
In September, Romero and Tom went to visit Origin, which, if you remember, Romero worked there for a while early in his career, right? In the very first episode, we talked about how he worked at Origin. In that meeting, he finally got to speak with Richard. I never actually looked up and pronounced his name. Richard Garrio, one of his game development heroes. He had never crossed paths with Richard while he worked at the company, and Romero said he went into full fanboy mode when they met. Romero told Richard that his games were amazing and asked if Richard would sign an Ultima shirt for him. Richard laughed and then held out a Doom shirt toward Romero and said, "Only if you sign this."
Oh, that's cool.
What a cool moment. Yep.
Yeah, really.
I bet that would feel really fucking neat to like basically meet your hero and they're like, no, you sign this for me, buddy. Like, whew.
That is really cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the business side of things, Origin had been purchased by Electronic Arts a few years previously, and he was going to push EA to bring Romero and Tom on. They left. Again, excited. They've got all these deals. But you're probably like, why do I need to hear about all these different companies that they didn't end up with? Romero goes to visit a friend of his named Mike Maynard from the soft disk days, and he was now working at a company called Seventh Level. Romero's talking to Mike, and Mike mentions that his boss is a guy named Todd Porter. And Romero's like, Todd Porter, who made Knights of Legend? Knights of Legend was an RPG that Romero had played and thought was pretty neat, and Todd Porter had worked on that game. So Mike introduces them. I'm going to show you here. Okay. So this is Todd Porter on the left, and that is the guy named Jerry we'll get to in a minute. Okay, so Jerry O'Flaherty.
Jerry O'Flaherty.
Good old Jerry, however you say that last name. My apologies to Jerry. He meets Todd, and Todd shows Romero around the company. Quote, discussing Seventh Level, id, and Dream Design. Pause, Dream Design was going to be the name of their company that they wanted to make. I was impressed with Todd. Not only did he know about games and game development, but in this conversation, it seemed to me he knew a good deal about the games business too. End quote. Todd shows Romero a game he's working on called Dominion, which was a real-time strategy game, and the genre was really taking off in the mid-90s. To place this in the timeline of listeners, this is after games like Command & Conquer and Warcraft had come out, but it predates StarCraft, okay, so in that sort of middle ground. Romero and Tom, they're having lunch a week later. Romero suggests that maybe they bring Todd on to bring an RTS for them. Romero had plans to make another shooter. Tom had planned to make a role-playing game, right? They're kind of mapping out, like, first off, I find it really funny that Romero is like, I'm really sick of making shooters, and the first thing he wants to do when he's done working at id is make another shooter. But he says he wants to make another shooter. Fine.
I'm also impressed by how ambitious he is, because he basically left the person behind that did all the very basic technical work for him, and now he sells himself like this game design hotshot, which he was, but within a team of people that had very specific roles that I don't know if he can fill. We will see this, I guess.
Yep. So I don't know when I mentioned this, but their motto for this upcoming company would be design is law. And they would repeat that over and over again. And what that meant to them is that they wouldn't worry about making engines themselves. They would license engines, and then they would make the best game that they could within the limitations of that engine. The problem is what happens when that engine isn't good enough to do what you want to do and another engine comes along. Right. But to them, this is the way to do things, to only worry about game design and just work within the limitations of the engines that they have. So you wouldn't need an engine person theoretically. So they're talking and they're like, what if we brought Todd on to make an RTS? And with Todd working on an RTS, it would give them some nice diversity to their game offerings. So they make an offer for Todd to join the company, this new upcoming company they're going to do. But Todd's all about it. But Todd's like, you need an art director, so let me bring on Jerry as well, okay? And they're like, cool, we need an art director. You're right. So the two of them plan to join the company when it became official. Now, what's the backstory on these guys? Todd has a crazy backstory that is a lot to get into, but here's some highlights. He was 36 years old at this time. He had once gone to school to become a minister, but dropped out of school and bought a computer. Then he went to Iowa to start a business, and in Iowa he became an exotic dancer, and his stage name, due to having been a former minister, was Preacher Boy. Preacher Boy ends up in Austin, where he worked at Origin of Ultima and Wing Commander fame. It was there that he ends up being the designer of the game Romero mentioned, Knights of Legend. Knights of Legend did not sell well. He started his own company called Distant Thunder, and that's where he ends up working with Jerry. But Todd quickly blasted through the $30,000 of startup money he had borrowed, and then $240,000 he had gotten as an advance. The company that he had started was 2 weeks from folding before it got sold to Seventh Level. And so that's kind of like his backstory before he ends up at Seventh Level. At Seventh Level, he makes a game called Genome that had some interesting concepts, but it also sold badly. One magazine in 1996 called it the Coaster of the Year, as if you were going to use it to sit your drink on the CD. So Romero is impressed with this guy.
That is a really, really mean insult. But I like it.
Sure is. Romero's really impressed with this guy, but when I look at what he's coming in with, I'm like, not. He's like, oh, this guy knows a lot about business, but I'm like, I'm not quite so sure. But we'll see how that plays out.
Okay.
Now, Jerry's story, a bit more normal. He grew up messing around with 8mm film, and he liked to make stop-motion films. He got his hands on a computer. He started making games for fun. He went to school at the University of North Texas, where he studied cinema. He ends up working for Todd's startup, then at Seventh Level, and now to this new venture. That's pretty much the only story you really need to know about these guys.
Okay.
Romero said that they continued to talk to a number of different companies, but they all weren't a good fit for them. Some were on downward spirals and were hoping that if they brought Romero and Tom on, it would save their company. Some were stuck in the 2D era and refused to use 3D tech. They met with Todd and Jerry. Romero and Tom meet with Todd and Jerry a bunch of times, and they hash things out. In one story that I read, they were all eating in a McDonald's, and they're just so excited that they're like writing ideas for what their company's going to be on like the napkins at McDonald's. It all seems very scruffy to me. Romero, around this time, decides that he does not like the name Dream Design, and that it was, quote, a better name for a mattress brand than a company planning on making video games.
Yeah, that's right. That sounds like exactly like someone that sells mattress.
Yep. Yes, come down to Dream Designs. Yes, invest in your sleep. One day, the four of them are eating lunch, and they're talking about some big names in the industry, and they're like talking about ones that they think are cool, like who has cool names. They're like Blizzard, Epic, Square. They wanted something like that. Something that was like short, intelligent sounding. Tom suggested the word Ion, which they were into. It wasn't available. They tried thinking of all these name combinations to go with it. Like, I remember like Tom had like a whole document that he had put together of like all these combinations that could go with Ion, but they like hated all of them. One day they're chatting with a guy named Key Kimbrell. Astute listeners of this series would note that if you listen to any of the previous episodes, Key was one of the guys who had worked at Dwango, and he was now considering joining Romero's new company. Key joked, the competition better watch out or they're going to get caught up in an ion storm, and they were like, that's the name, Ion Storm. That's how they decided. So,
and because I do not know this name at all, I feel like I already know how successful this adventure is going to be.
You will be surprised of things you know from Ion Storm, but yes.
Maybe. Sometimes I get surprised in this podcast a lot by things that, like, sometimes you forget that the names of the companies connected to things that were very, very precious to you. Yes. Yeah,
but you're probably on the right track. In early November, the four of them were meeting frequently. Tom and Romero decide that Todd and Jerry should be brought on as partners. They toss numbers back and forth, but Todd insisted that if they were going to join, that he and Jerry would be full partners, like on the same level as like Romero and Tom. So there's conflicting stories here. Short version is that Todd wanted a similar amount of shares as Romero and Tom would, but Romero remembers that, like, he had fought previously for Adrian to get full shares, right? So, like, there's this sort of idea of fairness in his head. And they're kind of worried, right? Like, they don't know Todd, they don't know Jerry as well as, like, they know each other. So, like, there's some hesitancy. They hash out some numbers. And then apparently Todd starts complaining and saying that he wants Jerry to give him some of his shares because he should be on like a higher level. It's really weird. It all seemed really weird to me. But regardless, Romero and Tom decide that they're going to let these two guys become full founders, and Ion Storm was officially founded on November 15th, 1995. Okay. How you feeling, Docs?
I'm feeling good.
You got a face.
I'm worried that these guys are gonna like not be as useful as Romero hopes they will be. But I'm actually not worried because Romero deserves a failure.
He's flown so close to the sun.
This is a rich man. He can lose some money. It's fine. Let him lose it.
Oh, there will be a lot of money lost over the course of this episode.
Let him. Let me get some popcorn so I can enjoy watching this man burn his money away.
Oh boy. So, they have the beginnings of a team, but they need an office. Todd finds a spot for the company in Dallas, and they set up an office in a building called the Quadrangle. Quote, by this point, resumes had started to come in from people looking to work with us. Tom and I had reached out to a few folks, and gradually word got out that we were making 3D games and looking for level designers. It snowballed. We weren't even sure where some people got the address from. One guy moved to Dallas, lived in his friend's closet, and made a level to send to me. I ended up hiring him. It was a good level. I don't know. I'm leery about this.
I don't know. Well, like, I feel like id Software had, like, they were very skeptical of new people, and I feel like this is not the case anymore. Like, where has his skepticism gone? Did he leave it all with Carmack? Like, probably. Carmack has an abundance of skepticism towards everything now.
Well, think about this, too. Carmack wanted a very small team and pushed back every time they wanted to hire somebody. Romero is now becoming unchained from that. Romero, as you will see throughout this episode, very much thinks at times that you can just throw more people at a problem, and that is not necessarily the case of how things work. So for him, like the what do I want to say? The qualifications of the people who might join the team basically are a lot lower than what they would have been at id, in my opinion.
He's missing his second part, his other half that would make his decisions more careful. Grounded. But I will not start worrying about him because let's watch him lose money. So let's keep going. I'm into it. Let's go.
They continue to meet with companies, including Acclaim, GT Interactive, Virgin. A game publisher called Mindscape offered them $13 million for a 3-game contract with $3 million advances. They took that deal and then used it as a deal to beat other companies, right? When I say they took that deal, I mean like they used it as a marker. So they'd say, can you beat what we just got offered by Mindscape? But who ended up interesting the most was a company called Eidos, a British game developer.
I know Eidos.
You surely,
I played games
you
by
surely
them.
know them.
Didn't Eidos make Subculture? Subculture was one of my favorite games. Let me check this.
I don't know.
I think there's a few Eidos games. Sorry,
while you are looking that up, of course, the company had just published Tomb Raider, and they were raking in money.
Shit, fuck, Tomb
Yes.
Raider. I know, I saw
Raider.
this. I saw the opening screen so many times. I was really bad at Tomb Raider, but I loved the game.
Yep. You know, I recently just picked up the, I think I got it in a bundle, a Humble bundle.
Shit. Eidos is huge.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
This list, fucking hell. I'm not going to even spoil a bunch of it. You can say it.
Okay. Yes. Eidos. So, this meeting was different. And the reason that this meeting was different was because they needed... So, like, they're on the rise, and they see John Romero as a way to bring credibility to their company. They're already doing well with Tomb Raider, but they want to go further. And so, what was different about this company is that they're very much in a position of power. And they had a lot of money at this time that they wanted to use to fund several games at once. And they're like, we want to bring on your whole team. So the guys go, they meet a bunch of people, including the president of Eidos, Mark McGarvey, and the owner of Eidos, Charles Cornwall. Romero found out during these meetings that a guy named Ian Livingstone, the co-founder of Games Workshop, was chairman of their board.
Whoa.
Quote, and that gave us the confidence that an actual game legend was running things. So, to those of you who don't know, Games Workshop is the company that makes Warhammer and all of the associated other millions of products that have slowly ruined my life. So,
how much money you would have if there wasn't a Games Workshop?
You know, I was pretty savvy about how I used to play. Well, these days I just 3D print shit. But back in the day, I was pretty savvy in that I would do really well at painting. I would go to competitions. I would win money at competitions. And then I'd roll that back into my hobby to paint more things, to then win things at competitions. And the cycle went on for years. So it was a way to play a very expensive hobby without spending a lot of money. But I digress. The plan for the company was this. Multiple games being developed at the same time. Romero, Tom, and Todd would each run their own team, making a different game, and Jerry would run the art team. They brought on more folks at this time. In January of 1997, they brought on Sean Green. They also decided that their day-to-day business guy would be Mike Wilson, who I had mentioned at id.
Yep.
He had also left id. Since Wilson had been the VP of Dwango, he also became head of id's marketing. They brought him on as CEO. He was 26 years old. I'm going to switch to this next slide here. There's a couple people on there that we'll talk about here later. I basically, to those of you who are just coming into this series, this is the end of the series, but I always put the slides in for this series in the show notes if you want to follow along with us. But I'm only on these slides because both of the multiple teams that we're going to talk about have lots of people on them. I'm really only going to show you a few people that I'm going to talk about, but note that the teams are much bigger than what I'm actually showing you on these slides. I'm just going to show you some sort of important people to our narrative here. So the people at the bottom we'll talk about here later. Mike had big plans for the company. There were a lot of developers at the time just salivating to get to work with some of the developers from id. So the plan would be that they would create partnerships with a company or companies and knock out a bunch of easy games at once. That was sort of their idea, that they'd kind of chew through a bunch of very easy games to get their feet wet. They started figuring out a deal with Eidos that went like this. $3 million each for 3 games and $4 million for console rights, giving Ion Storm a total of $13 million. Other companies were getting single-digit deals, but Ion Storm was able to ask for 40% in royalties, and they would also keep the property rights. It was unheard of, but because John Romero and Tom Hall commanded such respect in the industry, Ion Storm could ask for it.
That's good.
Well, it is good.
Let's see if they can deliver, though.
We'll see. When Wilson was out of town, somehow the deal became renegotiated, and Eidos mentioned that they already wanted 3 games. Now they want options for 3 more games, which if they bought those options would bring the total to $22 million. But Eidos would have right of first refusal on the later 3 games. So like they could pitch a game, and if Eidos didn't want it, they could say no, but if they did, then they could buy it, right? So they're contracting for 3, but they could get 3 more later. Wilson says that it was clear that Eidos really wanted to lock the Ion Storm guys down. And the other founders tell Wilson not to worry. They will have the workload by creating a second studio to make the other 3 games. After this deal, Ion Storm at this time was valued at $100 million.
Without creating any sort of software or game or anything at all. Simply...
Correct.
Simply the manpower.
Sheer potential. Yep. Real quick, just wanted to say that some of the timeline here conflicts. I read somewhere that they closed this deal on Christmas Eve, but in Romero's book, he says that Mike Wilson didn't start until January, but Mike Wilson claims to have been a part of the company during these talks. I don't really think any of this matters to the outcome. Just thought I would notice that small conflict there. To further their mission, as I told you earlier, Docs, Ion Storm's slogan would be "Design is Law." It seemed very reactionary to how Romero saw Carmack's game philosophy at id. But what that meant was that they wanted design to be first and that the available technology would be there to support their ideas. They would license tried and true existing engines, including the Quake engine, so that they wouldn't have to spend design time on them. Clearly, both Tom Well, Romero had been burned out waiting for Carmack to make the Quake engine and just wanted the freedom to just make shit. Tom Hall was in a similar situation from his time at 3D Realms. As Romero said at the time, quote, "What we design is what's going to be the game. It's not going to be that we design something and have to chop it up because the technology can't handle it or because some programmer says we can't do it. You design a game, you make it, and that's what you do. It's the law. It's the fucking design." End quote. Now, I will say, to retort to that, if a programmer tells you you can't do something, that generally means you can't do something. If the technology, like, you can design anything you want, but if the technology is not there to do it, right? Like, it seems very, like, short-sighted to me.
And we have
but
also
alas,
learned
design
how
is law.
technological limitations often cause the greatest improvements in design, since the design has to kind of bend down to the technology, and these compromises often cause like new features to emerge that would not have even been thought about if the technological constraint wouldn't have been there. If that makes sense?
It does, actually, yeah. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah.
Everyone gets to work on their respective games. Todd wanted to put together a strategy game that he called Doppelganger. Tom wanted to make an adventure game called Anachronox. And Romero wanted to make a first-person shooter called Daikatana. The name came from a sword that was in Carmack's D&D game when they were putting together id. If you remember, in that campaign, Romero made a deal with demons to get the sword, but that deal ended up destroying the world and then their campaign. And as a review, Daikatana is a very rough translation of the phrase big sword.
Yes.
Right? The plot. You would play as Hiro Miyamoto, a Japanese biochemical student in the 25th century who has to save the world from an evil scientist named Kaji Mishima, who has stolen the magical Daikatana. He uses the sword to travel through time and alter history, which means that Miyamoto needs to stop him in various time periods. Romero had big plans for this game. He wanted sidekicks with good AI, tons of unique levels, new content in each new level, monsters everywhere. He wanted a strong narrative that you could follow throughout the game. There would be RPG elements and you could increase the stats of your sword. The game design was much, much bigger and much more ambitious than Quake had been.
Oh no, is he kind of trying to when he wasn't allowed to do all of the Quake stuff that he wanted to do, like put in the hammer and shit like that, and now he just wants to do something like that, but he does not have the engine nor the team to do it, or the time.
This is true. Now, he would have to hire people, obviously, as you just said, to meet these
he
lofty
can
goals.
just hire
They
guys
have
off
Sean
the
Green.
street that show him a single level that looks fine.
Yeah. Closet creepers.
Closet
make good
creepers that
programmers.
make good games.
Well, because he put out a call on the internet for new hires, many fans started clamoring to get a spot, and they all thought that they were good enough to be there. He talked to a number of level designers that he respected, and he brought a few of them on. They hired Todd's lawyer, Bob Wright, to be their chief operating officer. So finally, there's a fucking lawyer around
It's a lawyer.
these people.
Finally,
Okay?
a lawyer in the house. Yes.
Yep. Key Kimbrell came over from Dwango. I could not find a picture of him, but he's there kicking around. And beyond that, there were so many stories of id fans who wanted to be a part of the new company. A guy who used to run Doom nude hacking parties. Remember we talked about those?
Yeah.
A guy who gave up his spot in an industrial band to be their sound designer. A Doom modder who moved all the way from Norway to be their lead level designer. He was building
Just Norwegian stuff,
his
you know.
dream team. He was building his dream team of starstruck fans, and it did not matter if any of them had actual experience. They could learn, right? They had grit, they had heart, they had passion, and they could use that passion to create awesome games. They also hire a woman named Stevie Case, who had been a Quake player of some notoriety. There are competing stories here. And I'm not going to get too far into the weeds of this but I encourage some of you to do so if you want a little more here. But apparently, some stories go that Romero somebody online basically said you should play against Stevie Case sometime. She's like killer, okay? And they had this like prearranged in public match. And then like he won, and then like after he won, there were a bunch of like super sexist things that were posted online under Romero's name about her after the match was won. Like bad enough that like I would normally tell you these things on this podcast, but bad enough that I think that they should not be repeated.
And like posted in his name, like by him?
In his name, yes, by him, about basically disparaging her as a woman in many various flavors of that.
So he posted sexist stuff about one of his employees.
Pause. She had not been hired yet.
Oh,
this is how he met her originally. Is she was a Quake player. There was a prearranged match. He beat her, posted some sexist stuff about her. She challenged him to a rematch and requested that if she beat him, he would put up a shrine on the internet to her. During this match, it is also noted that he said some pretty rough stuff there too, but she beat him. And someone who was there claims that he apparently was so mad he grabbed a hammer, smashed his keyboard to bits, opened up a box, plugged in a new keyboard, and sat back down. Yeah.
Hey, Romero.
There was a shrine.
Hey, okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, this guy. Okay. Yeah, I felt like, no, I don't know. I'm not going to comment too much on this. I think this guy speaks for himself.
There was a shrine that appeared on the Ion Storm site for a while in her honor. Romero, or later his spokesperson, have all denied all of this, but there have been many folks who have corroborated this outside of him.
Okay.
Regardless, these famous matches put her on the map. She ended up getting signed to an esports team, which made her a big enough deal that she ends up getting signed on to Ion Storm by Romero. There will be more on her later. But now you know her backstory of how she ended up here.
Okay.
So these are sort of the main people I'm going to talk about, right? There will be others who appear later.
Yeah.
With the teams falling into place, Romero was targeting a late 1997 release for Daikatana. His plan was this: they would license the Quake engine rather than making one from scratch. It was a solid engine. He already knew how it worked. They could develop with it immediately. Romero contacted id, and they told him that he could use the engine for $500,000. Ion Storm agreed to the deal. id sent over the tech. Now he has licensed the Quake engine.
Okay. So he, after all this time, he still has to use Cormac's technology. This is so ironic.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Oh, he's gonna
no
go
matter
out
what,
and he's gonna fulfill his own dreams, and he's gonna find an engine, and then he can put design first, and he does not have to listen to stupid engine builders anymore that stop him from doing all the things that fun. Oh no, I'm gonna spend $500,000. On exactly the guy that I've been waiting on my entire life, because he's the person I can't live without. Poor Romero.
Yep.
He just needs comic. He'd sit at night.
They go tough.
He'd be alone in the office of Iron Storm, and there would be a screen simply showing the command line interface of the Quake engine. And he'd read the names that would come up on the loading screen. It would be John Carmack's name, but also his own. And he'd see them together, and he'd do nothing but stare at the screen and breathe into the void, slowly considering his rich man existence that has led to so much joy for other people, but for some reason not for himself. Some reason he's there in his office, lonely, and he's missing a part of himself, and he's so close to see it, but he can't get back to it. He can't get it back, and he does not know why. Poor John Romero.
He'll forever chase that.
Forever chase that high that he'll never get again.
Thank you for that.
Don't worry.
So, the press absolutely eating up information on Ion Storm and Romero. Mike Wilson plays into this. You remember, he loves edgy marketing campaigns, and he comes up with a marketing campaign called the No Excuses Press Tour, where the guys would talk about their promise to gamers. Quote,
Oh no.
if we screw this up, there are no excuses because we were getting as much money and time as we needed to create the best games we could make, end quote.
What is this? What are they even talking about?
I think that's tough to start with that with a
Yes.
brand new company and say,
say,
if we fuck up, it's totally our fault. Yeah. What a fucking thing to start with.
Totally not projecting like what they feel like is going to happen soon.
Mike spent a ton of time talking to everyone about how awesome the company was going to be to the press, and he hyped up everything. He said the office would be the, quote, Willy Wonka chocolate factory of gaming, end quote.
Can they stop
Romero-
talking and start making games, please?
We got time, Docs. There's plenty of time and plenty of money to make every cool game ever. They won't run into any issues at all.
No. Have they even bought
Romero-
computers yet?
I think they've started working on games at this point. I think they're setting up their team. So yes.
Yeah, of course they have. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Romero did an interview that would be in Time magazine that summer. There was an ad that Romero did at this time where he literally dressed up like a king to promote a joystick. Don't worry, I've got pictures for you.
The one to the right where he's holding it weirdly really looks like he's having he's kind of masturbating with the device. I'm not sure how that's gonna happen here. Like he's having a good time.
He's really into it too. He is fucking into it. I like the one on the left too, where he's in this like royal king outfit holding up this joystick, and then there's just two random jesters in the back. Who the fuck are those people?
Who are these people? What's going on?
Yeah. It says the royal seal of approval. If you want to crack skulls with the big boys, the Panther XL is the weapon of choice. John Romero, chairman of Ion Storm, co-creator of Doom and Quake, creator of Daikatana. Ooh. Cool. Yeah, that's never sell out, kids. The hype was so high. That Todd suggested that they take a picture of the team crossing Abbey Road like the Beatles.
No. Why are they so cringe?
Romero's...
What is happening?
We've only just begun.
Show me the picture
Romero...
of them crossing the street like the Beatles.
I don't think that they did.
Okay.
If they did, I never saw it. Okay.
I'm grateful for that.
Romero spoke to the press about how, quote, gloomy id had become, and he told the press that within 2 years, Ion Storm would overtake id as the market leader. He spent a ton of time shit-talking id to the press, while also taking a lot of credit for the company's success. He talked about how he left, but never managed to tell the press that he was forced to leave. He always omitted that detail. As they got closer to E3 that summer, Mike Wilson wanted to make a huge statement before the show. He contacted the group that had worked on id's advertising, and he managed to secure a deal with the ad executive that had done Quake's packaging, a woman named Sasha Shore. She sent an ad to Mike. Mike was thrilled with the result. He walked in and showed this to Romero.
John Romero's about to make you his bitch. Suck it, bone. What?
Suck it down.
Oh, suck it down.
That was what Romero would scream during death matches, right? He'd scream, suck it down. Yeah. So, to those who can't see this, it's literally just this. Red background, okay? Just the words, as Doc said, John Romero's about to make you his bitch, and then underneath that, the words suck it down. To the left is the EDOS logo, to the right is the Ion Storm logo. Literally nothing else.
What? Whoa.
When Romero saw it in print Go ahead. Oh, yeah.
Why are they just doing this persona card thing? Why are they not like advertising like anything gaming related? Why are they only talking about
show off?
Because they are doing nothing. They are not programming any games. There's nothing to show off. They can only bath in the glory of the olden days and shit talk each other, because that's what they did at id Software their entire life.
It's quite the statement if he wanted to make one. When Romero saw it in print for the first time, he claims that he laughed a weird, uncomfortable laugh and told Mike that he wouldn't say something like this. But Mike said, you say
stuff like this
who knows
all the time.
Oh, yeah. Which is what Mike said to him was, you say all kinds of shit when you're death matching. Romero said that he wouldn't say that, but Mike said, don't be a pussy, to which Romero replied, it's my name on the ad.
Which is fair.
He said he thought about
That's a fair statement, yes.
Yes. He said he thought about the ad for a minute, and he thought about how successful some of Mike's other advertising ventures have been, including Mike's work on the Doomsday Party. And so he said, okay, marketing is your job, so I guess I'll let you do it. And the ad went off to be printed. We'll come back to that ad. Romero continued his deluge of media appearances. Ion Storm was in Computer Gaming World, The Wall Street Journal. It was in Fortune. While the interest was high, internally, Tom and Romero started to worry that maybe they had been spending too much time talking to the press and not enough time working on their games, especially since Mike's No Excuses tour was a line in the sand. No excuses. But Todd wanted to be a part of the advertising as well and asked Mike how he could do that. They consulted their PR firm and decided on image ads that would show off the founders. Romero, here, I'll just show you. This is a 2-page ad in a magazine. Okay?
Okay.
I don't know how well you can see that on your screen.
I can see
a
lot of pictures of Romero, a lot of pictures of Tom Hall, a lot of pictures of Bob Wright, a lot of pictures of Mike Wilson, and not a lot of text. It's only persona culture again. Yes. So let me read you the top left thing. God, my God. Rules must be broken. Categories must be erased. Emperors must be overthrown. The status quo must be spanked. And contentment must be routinely taken outside and smacked upside the head. It's a dirty job, but somebody has to do it, and we're all ready to apply for the position. We are Ion Storm, a bunch of misfit zealot freaks who tried to rest on our past successes but just didn't find it comfortable. There was a gap out there, a big fat void, and we're hell-bent on filling it. We had all lived on the edge, but we're ready to jump off. So here we are, new name, new identity, new games rattling their cages, waiting to be let out. I would say that I think that this kind of advertisement and this kind of creating your rock star persona thing, I think that's if you are in art, it can make sense to do that. If you can deliver.
It could.
If you can deliver.
Oh, yep.
And you fucking have to deliver if you do it. Like, you have to, like, if you put something on stage, people have to, you gotta do Michael Jackson shit. Like, you have to go on stage and people have to go in crazy just watching you. Stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Some of these are super cringy to read. Like I don't know who they got together to read some of these little blurbs on these guys, but it's fucking painful. Like, really painful. Like, they're desperately trying to make some of these guys sound really cool, and it's not coming off that way. So, granted, hindsight is 2020.
Like the little paragraph for Tom Hall, and the first thing that's written there is Tom Hall, a funny guy. What? Is that the first thing you can say?
Who wants to get all touchy-feely with his games. Yep. Like,
what's going on?
Oh, yeah.
No. Oh, this is so bad.
Todd Porter, a mandolin-playing natty GQ type who thinks games should be as stylish as he is. Like, I'm 36 years old. Can you fucking imagine if I wrote something about that myself like that? That's so cringe.
I can. You always talk less. You only talk about yourself
true.
in the third person, and you only give yourself compliments all the time.
Tyler is rad and thinks that is an astute assessment. You fucking loser. I don't like games.
Yes. See?
Yeah. See, it works. And now, see, this is how that goes.
I already bought it again.
Romero claims that he told them, "Why are we doing this? We're not advertising our games. It just looks pretentious." But the other guys on the team told him, "It's new. Don't worry about it. No one's done it before, and it's cool."
Yeah, there's a reason why nobody does this, because this is bullshit.
But listen, Mike Wilson said the iconic phrase, "Don't be a pussy," which means that you can do all this dumb shit as long as you think it's cool. It doesn't matter. You don't want to be a little bitch, do you? Right? But
I like
with all
that
this,
apparently Romero sees this is leading nowhere. I like that. So I like that he consciously witnesses his failure.
But remember, difficult for him to be in conflict with people. Difficult for him to say no.
He can't say no. He can't confront people about things he wants changed.
Now, if it became very clear, if it wasn't already clear through the ownership debate, that Todd wanted this to be just as much his company as it was everyone else's. There were also arguments that they needed to maybe establish their brand to be different than id. Like they weren't just going to be id 2, that they needed to be their own different separate thing. But Romero disagreed. Romero's take at this time was that the game should establish a brand, and that if the game did well, then people would know who was behind it. Like rather than like trying to create a false brand for a gaming company that hasn't done anything yet, right? But anyway, that ad that I just showed you went out to print as well. Now, I just want to say here, we touched on this. Romero in his book, before he starts talking about Ion Storm, he takes full credit for a lot of the issues that happened at Ion Storm. And I think that to me, what I see is, as we just said, Romero really struggled to say no to people. A lot of his descriptions of how things went at Ion Storm almost seems like he describes them as if he was just kind of along for the ride. But I really want to be clear, this was also his show too. Like he can say like, "Oh, Mike brought me this ad and it was really bad and I probably shouldn't have printed it," but he still signed off on it, right? Yeah. Like he still signed off on this cringy thing in here. He still signed off on some of the staffing decisions that they did. Like he takes credit for that in his book, but the way he talks about it sometimes is very like it happened to him, not by him. So
yeah, but he was absolutely in charge of things, or at least in charge of things. He could have said no, and he didn't. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, like, you know, because of his personality, he just didn't want to make waves. He didn't want to push back. But, you know, I think that like, and hindsight's important here, but I think a really useful skill as an adult is to know when to say no, or when you might have to like say or do something that might hurt someone, but might be the better choice in the long run. Right. And like, I can say that as a 36-year-old outsider from the gaming industry. It's easy for me to say, but it's just really something I noticed about the style of decision making here.
And also like, in the defense of people that sometimes struggle to say no, like these situations aren't stretched out over long periods where you have a lot of time to consider to say no. Like these things often get dropped on your desk, as I would imagine, and then there's like at most a 5-minute conversation about it. Maybe more, I don't know, but and there isn't a lot of opportunity to say no. And so I guess if people are used to work with you, they also know like how to, like maybe there was some kind of wiggling around here. Like we know how to get Romero to say yes to things, but just this is just speculation here. But I like to be a good no sayer. I think is really difficult.
I agree. You know, a lot harder than I think maybe even I'm giving it credit for here. Well, with E3 on the horizon, the bitch ad dropped. It was like a needle being scratched across a record. The reaction was swift and visceral. Entire armies of online fans pivoted into righteously angry mobs, type shouting, "Who the fuck does John Romero think he is?" Game developers who once respected me turned away. Pissed off, op-ed pieces appeared on fan sites and forums. The ad hit as far off marketing's mark as possible. I felt terrible, of course, but there was no coming back from it. No amount of, yes, this was a dumb idea, and we shouldn't have done that, was going to save it.
No excuses.
No excuses. The No Excuses tour.
Yeah. At least you didn't offer any excuses.
To prepare. No, none. No. To prepare for E3, Ion Storm wanted to have a playable demo of Daikatana for the show floor, but they had only been in development for a couple of months. They decided that what they would show would be a tech demo, just showing off a level with some exploding barrels so that people could get a feel for what the game was going to look like. But there was just not time to put monsters in the game yet. They would let the press see that they were in active development, which they had been relatively open about, and they scrambled to get a working demo done. And now, it's time to switch focus. We've been away from our dear friends at id for a while. Let's see what they're up to.
Let's go to a slave galley where everybody is in chains and they all have to rudder and they are not allowed to talk unless Carmack allows them to. Mm-hmm. And they have to hammer away on their keyboards, but they cannot communicate. It's forbidden. It's only the code. It's only the engine. We never talk about anything else. We don't even make games anymore. We just improve the engine until the engine becomes perfect. All hail the machine spirit.
You are only allowed to speak through collaborative code and nothing else. That's it. There will be no speaking at all in the office. Anybody who comes into the office will be handed a computer and they have to speak through that.
If you speak, there's a meeting and you get fired.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's an adage. If you have time to speak, you have time to code. Now get the fuck to it. So, there are some new faces on the id team. We'll talk about who these folks are. In short, while developing Quake 2, Carmack had put together...
Yeah. Keep going.
Yes, they did. They got their own Todd.
Yeah,
yes.
Everybody gets a Todd.
Yes. Carmack put together a new engine that would allow players to run the game with either software acceleration or hardware acceleration. So if you had a 3D FX card, the game would look fantastic. Kevin Cloud had taken over a lot of the management of products that Romero had done previously. He also became the project manager on the Quake 2 game, and the office was very regimented. Tim Willits took over as lead designer for the company, and they had some new hires, including a new CEO they brought on. You mentioned the new Todd Hollinshead. I always thought it was Hollinshead.
Maybe Hollinshead or Hollinshed or Hollinshed or Hollinshed. Who knows? Sorry
Only
for this
Todd
bit.
knows. Everybody who pronounces his name does it differently. He is mercurial. He is some kind of otherworldly creature.
And it doesn't matter. At least they got their own Todd, because you need a Todd to run the company into the ground.
Well, Todd had previously been a tax consultant, so that was at least good.
That's good.
They also hired a new artist named Paul Steed that Carmack had befriended, who I saw described as tough, muscular, inscribed with tattoos. So cool. That's Paul. Again, as I mentioned, this is not everyone. Okay, so if you're looking at our slides or you hear me talk about people, there were other people in the background of both of these companies at the time. I'm not going to name them all. Too much to follow. The id crew, broadly, was pissed at Romero because he was out there just complaining about them all the time. And to make things weirder, Romero would just show up at the fucking id offices sometimes just to hang out. And this pissed off Kevin and Adrian quite a bit. Paul has said that he would commonly hear them complain, quote, "Why is that fucker coming over here all the time?" One day, Paul is like, "Well, why don't we just go over to Ion Storm? If he wants to show up here, we'll go over to Ion Storm." So they go over there, and Romero is like surprised that they just showed up at his new office, and he decides to show them around. And Paul notices that one of Romero's artists was using an older computer program. So when he gets back to id, Paul posts a public plan file that questioned the direction of Ion Storm. This kicked off daily back and forth files being posted from both companies in what they called the Plan Wars. As things escalated, Romero asked Paul if he would endorse Daikatana and have his quote on the back of the box. Paul wrote an email back that said, "Dude, don't fuck with me because I'll grab you by your ludicrously lone," he spelled it wrong, lone, "your ludicrously lone hair and kick your ass back into the doom days where you wish you were."
Oh no, did they hire Paul as a goon? And he's like this chat guy that just really just can only communicate in threads. That weirdly fits the vibe of the company, but if you really threaten people with violence, it becomes odd. And what I also have to mention is, can these guys kiss already? Like they split up? Because they can't handle the toxic environment, and then they just keep going, but they just visit each other's offices to be mean to each other. Oh man, this is such a nightmare. This is such soap opera bullshit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They just get pettier and pettier. Also, you're talking about Paul's style of threatening people. I just had this bit in my head of Todd sitting. I keep calling him Todd. Of Paul sitting down at his computer, and he doesn't code. He just yells at the computer until it does what he wants. That's just Todd's style.
Yeah.
Okay. This spread. This bickering, and even Carmack got involved. And remember when I said that Romero gave an interview to Time magazine, Carmack also contributed to that article on Romero. He said, "John's a good designer and he's got artistic talent, but the fact is, after he got rich and famous, the push to work wasn't there anymore." So that's how he feels about his old partner. Romero didn't quit last fall, says Carmack. He was handed his resignation, which, if you remember, Romero hadn't really been talking about the fact that he'd been fired.
Yeah.
He also said in that interview that there was no chance that Romero would finish Daikatana in time for Christmas, given the scope of what they were making.
Fair. That's yes.
He's probably not wrong.
Absolutely
Yeah.
no. He's gonna fail this so hard.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. Regarding Quake 2, the plot was this. You are a Marine named Bitterman fighting on the planet...
Man, the subconscious of these people is going crazy. They can't handle themselves anymore. It's just they're trying to do design, but the only thing they can do is kind of try to get their trauma out, and they can't handle it, so they name everything after things that they actually just want to say, and that is that they are very bitter man. That really
they are.
Oh, man. This is so funny. Why is this so funny? Oh no.
Yep. Because you have 5 episodes of knowing how these people operate, and now you get to see the horrific legendary split.
I said this off episode, the last time recorded, but having this entire backstory makes this so much better. If anyone only listened to this or the last one in this episode, go back, listen to the whole thing. Knowing these people well makes this brilliant to listen to. This is such amazing comedy.
Oh yeah.
Please keep going. I'm loving this.
Of course. You are a Marine named Bitterman fighting on the planet Strogos, where the denizens have been stealing human flesh to create cyborgs. Bitterman has to fight his way through a malevolent alien race called the Strogs in order to stop them from destroying humanity. Apparently, the team had wanted it to be a brand new intellectual property in the beginning, but they decided that they switched it to a more... You should see Tox's face. They decide, like, no, we'll ditch that. It'll be a new Quake entry, but it's just going to have a totally different story.
Yeah, it's going to be so new and so different and so original.
Activision would be the distributor, which was a deal that they signed in May of 1997. Though Activision did have concerns that you would need a graphics card to play the game. By the time the 1997 E3 convention rolled around in June, the fan worship of John Romero had reached a dizzying height. Online, he was jokingly referring to himself as God.
Just joking.
Nothing else, just God. Yeah. Just God. And when he would walk through the aisles of E3, fans would scream, "We're not worthy, we're not worthy," over and over. And he was here to show the world Daikatana. Here are some pictures. Okay. So there's a couple of pictures I've pulled of the Daikatana booth, right? There's a blurry picture of John Romero doing an interview, Tom Hall sitting there in his seat in front of the different TVs, and a very, very rudimentary, early, still of the game, with a character holding a gun. Not really much to see, but people were excited.
Okay, cool. So from these pictures, we can tell much of how good it looked. Like the one screenshot doesn't look too good, but maybe they did a good job at presenting it.
Well, I just think that, John Romero was just this gamer rock star and everybody wanted to see what he was going to do. And he's, the No Excuses tour is really setting a big fucking goal for getting this game out.
And he had this Peter Molyneux skill of just selling things, right? Like this is something that he was good at. So I guess... Yep. Like a fair like this, like a location where you can talk about a game. And he was always good about getting people excited. So I think this is the perfect location for him to shine. And I can see how people got excited because he was there and he could promote it. So he told everybody that he thought that the game would be done by the holiday season of 1997. So that would mean, at this point in the timeline, that the game should be half done. Romero is like, easy task, because they had hired 8 artists on, and companies like id only had 2. So with 8 artists, the project would go faster, right? Like you had more people to do the art, so therefore. And Eidos was ready to hype. That is a misconception.
Well, Romero doesn't think so at this time.
Well, okay, let's talk about this. He can be correct. If these 8 artists coordinate well, it could go faster. But more people need more coordination, and coordination takes time, and they have never been good coordinators. So I would think this will take them more time. Also, I think some of these are junior developers, right? These are very fresh, and if you get this fresh into development, you often make things take longer because you run into problems that you just need to fight through a few times before you get into a smooth software development flow that you can work with. So I think 2 experienced developers that do not need a lot of coordination can go significantly faster than 8 developers that need a lot of coordination and do not have the experience.
You would so one thing that comes to mind for me is that Romero had been hands-on for a little while of when they were overseeing that game called Strife.
Yes.
And what was the issue with the game Strife? That the guy managing them was unhappy with how things were coming along, and that the junior developers were not skilled enough to do things at the rate that they wanted. I would think that this lesson would have been ingrained in Romero, that hiring on a bunch of junior developers does not necessarily mean speed, but this is what he was telling people.
Yes, I get it. Yep.
Now, that being said, Eidos was ready to hype. Tomb Raider was big that year. Tomb Raider 2 was on the horizon to be published that year. So Eidos is just like talk of the town. And the Daikatana demo is right at the front of the Eidos booth. And like I said, the team had put together a little demo. It let gamers play through a level in Norway. It used the Quake engine. It had outdoor scenes and snow and some temples in the background that you could play around in. And gamers were mostly fine with it. I would say they weren't like freaking out, but they were pretty cool with it, all right?
Yeah, cool.
And then Romero takes some time to go check out the show floor. And he's curious about what's on display at the id booth, right? They're competitors now, unfortunately. And he sees Quake 2 there. He sees Carmack's new engine that takes advantage of hardware acceleration. And he literally says, "Holy fuck," to himself. I will show you some screens from Quake 2.
In comparison to their screenshot, this looks like a game that could be published like yesterday. Dude, this looks so fucking cool. The lighting, the effects on the weapons, like there's little shiny bits. Oh, the hallways. Oh, this looks so fucking good. Man, shit. I can imagine that Romero was completely floored by this. Dude.
Yes. As someone who can appreciate it, he was completely floored. And he noticed, like, as you mentioned, that as the gun fired, yellow light from the blast would cast a yellow glow on the walls.
Yes.
He thought it was the best thing he had ever seen on a computer. And he knew that Daikatana would not be able to compete against it. Daikatana had software-rendered graphics, and it would look ancient compared to Quake 2, and it wasn't even out yet. This put him in a very difficult position that we will talk about here in a moment. As a side note, Tom Hall's trailer for his game Anachronox debuted at the conference. Apparently, his team worked on a bunch of long nights and slept in a cardboard fort in their office in order to get the trailer out in time. But they got it out. It showed at that E3. Of note, other shooters had started to crop up that year as well. Duke Nukem was doing well and had started to develop a following. Valve had shown up at E3 with a game called Half-Life that used the Quake engine, and it had a great response. The North Carolina company Epic that we mentioned earlier had shown up with a game called Unreal. Everyone was clamoring for a way to take... Unreal was Unreal. I fucking loved that game.
That was a cultural phenomenon as well. That was insane.
Yep. Everyone was looking for their way to take some of the FPS market, and some of them had a real shot of doing so. At the show, one of the main events was the Red Annihilation Deathmatch tournament, which was sponsored by id. Over 2,000 people had competed to make it to the event, with 16 people being flown out for the final round. The prize for this tournament, I'll show you, one of John Carmack's red Ferraris.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
And
he told the press...
Oh, yeah, that's Carmack. I see him.
Yep, you see him there. He's got the shirt on with the smiley face that has the hole in its head. Yeah. Yeah, so basically all that we're looking at here is just a picture of his Ferrari and then a person, the winner, actually sitting in it. We'll talk about that in a second. He told the press that he had bought his first Ferrari after Wolfenstein, and now that he had 4 of them, he decided he didn't need that many. Instead, he would give one back to the gaming community that got him here. The guy who won went by the name of Thresh, and Thresh was also the guy that had won the first official deathmatch event, which is the one Microsoft called Judgment Day. So, pretty cool there. Carmack handed him the keys and asked Thresh how he was going to get the car home. Thresh told him he didn't know, that he might just have to pay to ship it. Carmack left and came back 30 minutes later and handed Thresh $5,000 and told him that should cover the cost of getting it home. I thought that was pretty cool.
It is, though I'm always skeptical of philanthropic episodes rich people have, so I'm not going to be like, oh wow, this is so nice of him to give one of his 4 Ferraris to some dude instead of paying his taxes properly.
Well, remember, they did move to Texas so that they could avoid paying income taxes.
Yeah. Good on him.
Yep.
Like they could have, like from the taxes he would have had to pay, they could have built several fucking schools. I'm just saying, I don't care about him giving a Ferrari to a fan, but good for the guy that got the Ferrari, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm really salty.
I think, I don't even have much to add to that. I think that's okay to be salty, and I don't disagree with you.
Okay, cool.
But then again, I think given the current state of the world, I have a pretty hard chip on my shoulder about people who don't pay their fucking taxes. Yeah. So, back to Romero. What's he supposed to do about this new engine? One of the issues he ran into was this. id had a deal, okay, that if you bought an engine from them, that you could then like pay them again to upgrade to whatever their newest engine was that they had at that time. But part of the deal was that before you could do the upgrade, id was allowed to publish whatever game that they had made the engine for first. Okay, so like in this contract, Romero could pay to upgrade the Quake engine to the Quake 2 engine, but Quake 2 had to hit shelves first because they didn't want people competing against them, which completely makes sense.
Completely sensible clause to have. Yes, makes sense.
Yep.
That's legally really smart. I'm a bit surprised that they had that in there.
Yeah. I'm surprised too, but it makes sense. It meant that if he wanted to upgrade to the Quake 2 engine, it would not be until after Christmas.
Yes.
So, his plan was that he would finish Daikatana with what he had, and then he would just upgrade to the new engine. Like, he expected it to be so similar that it would only take them like a month to move from the old engine to the new engine. So they keep working on Daikatana, and then they do this quick upgrade in his mind. It is June now at this point. Okay, remember they have to wait till Quake 2 is done around Christmas. In late June, Mike finds a gigantic office space in downtown at the Chase Tower, which is at the very top of the building. I will show you. Okay, it was a 2-story, 22,500-foot penthouse with a 60-foot glass ceiling. This would be the place where they could show people that creating games could spawn an empire. Romero had so many ideas, but the office was expensive, costing something like $550,000 a month to rent. Mike assured Romero, "Oh yeah, you're laughing. That's a lot of fucking money.
Are they going to waste all of their money on rent?
Tux, you gotta have a cool office. You made it this far. Come on. You're telling me that your office, you're going to have a fucking office that doesn't have an arcade in it? You're going to have an office that doesn't have a fucking movie theater in it? These are real things that they put into the office.
Dude, I have a 10 square meter office. It's pretty big for my standards.
I have a very small office that I share with my wife, and it is so small that our computers are pressed against each other.
Yeah.
So...
Okay,
yeah.
So yeah, let them have glass ceiling empire office for the empire that they are dreaming of.
Yep. So, Mike assured Romero that they could get EDOS to foot the bill to renovate the place and also pay the rent. And surprisingly, EDOS did this. They agreed. They got excited about this because they thought that it would be a flagship office that they could woo the rest of the world with, right? They wanted to rival all these other offices that were like spending. And they're like, okay, what we'll do is we'll set it up so we can hold all of our big important meetings there, and we'll put like our QA team there, and that'll kind of be like our hub, and it's going to look really cool.
But they never see how John Romero treats his offices. He's gonna shit on the floor the first day on the job. He's gonna rip out all of the walls and all of the ceilings and put cables everywhere, and then he's gonna run around naked and scream at people he doesn't know just because he's mad about something.
He is certainly unchecked at this time. But EDOS is pumped. The team is pumped. They move upstairs into this temporary office space, and they move into the building. They have a temporary office space while they're waiting for the top floor to be finished. And that would be finished like early the following year. So it's summer. They're like, the renovations will be done next year. Romero thought that when someone came into the office, whether they were a prospective employee or someone else, that first impressions mattered. So he wanted less of the really scruffy nature of id with like wires hanging from the fucking ceilings. Okay, the walls are torn down, to like cool shit.
That's good.
Quote, at id, the company was rolling in millions of dollars and we just had walls. It was the whole Carmack idea of, I don't need anything on my walls. All I need is a table and a computer and a chair, instead of, okay, we've got a lot of money. Why not make it a really badass office? In early August, Todd started to hear rumblings about his old employer, Seventh Level, and that they were not doing well financially and that bankruptcy was on the horizon. Mike Wilson had been pushing for the team to create what he would call Ion Strike which would be a publishing arm for the company, but Romero did not want to do this, thinking that if Ion Storm started publishing their own games, now they have suddenly become a competitor to Eidos, their game publisher. Yeah. This would be bad.
Yep.
He also said that he thought that it would splinter their focus. That being said, Todd wanted to approach 7th Level about buying the rights to the game that he had been working on there called Dominion. He had been struggling to get a design document going for Doppelganger. So Todd was going to work on an RTS called Doppelganger. He was really struggling to figure it out. He thought that buying Dominion would be faster than developing Doppelganger from scratch. Romero asked how much he thought it would cost to finish. And Todd told him that the game was so close to done that he expected it would take a couple of months and maybe only $50,000. Mike was all about this, thinking it would burn an option with Eidos, right? So if they told Eidos we're going to make 3 games, and then Todd goes out and basically buys a game that's done, now one of our 3 games is done and we're sort of freed from one of those 3. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. If that works out, who knows?
Todd fired back in emails that he thought it was more than just an option to burn. It is, in my opinion, a top 10 product. In fact, we are talking about a product that could sell more than 500,000 units. Romero brought him back down, okay? That's big talk. Restating that if they took the game, it wasn't because it was going to be this fucking killer game. It would be to burn an option for Eidos. And then Mike Wilson and Todd start bickering. Mike wondered if the deal had already been screwed up, to buy this game Dominion, because Todd apparently went and told his old colleagues at 7th Level that Ion Storm was going to pay a lot of money for the game. That Mike thought probably inflated the price, and this really pissed Mike off because this is Mike's job to do this kind of stuff. Todd wrote back in an email that said, "I have wondered for some time why it is you seem bent on attacking me. Perhaps it is just plain office politics." Mike was much more scathing of Todd. He wrote, "Pretty much all I've heard from you since I've been here are the reasons why you can't work. You couldn't do a design document without the engine, and then you couldn't do it without art time. Then all I hear about at our meetings about how to structure the company are concerns about what happens to me when this place all goes to shit. You seem to be focused on meltdown strategies and protecting the individuals, owners, not the company. This worries me."
A surprisingly fair take from these people. I think they could be a bit more appreciative in their discussions, but they are still making points that seem to make sense. So I think there's a good basis for a proper discussion here. I like this. This is good stuff. They didn't do this at id Software.
No. Well, if they did, I don't have access to some of their internal emails like that.
Oh yeah,
in the
of
same
course.
way.
Yeah. It's insane that we have access to internal emails like that.
It is insane we have access to internal emails like that, and that's because they got leaked later. But anyway, that's a story for later. Yeah. So, in this next quote, I'll just read you the next quote, and then I'll explain the context of it. Because he's going to talk about a deposition here, and I'll explain what that was. Yep. You told us... This is another part of the email. "You told us all how long you had been in the industry, but we had to wait for a deposition to discover that you've never actually finished much of anything. You bark orders at people like they're a bunch of fucking construction workers, even those not on your team. You go around ordering hardware and interfering in business affairs that have nothing to do with you, designing and implementing your game. You consistently try to elevate yourself above the other non-partner or even junior partner members of this company." So that's a pretty bad fucking friction to me. Mike and Todd do not like each other.
Yeah.
And when he talks about this, when he talks about this deposition, if memory serves, I'm realizing I don't have it here in my script, but I think there was something about how Todd, when Todd left to join Ion Storm, I think 7th Level might have tried to do some kind of legal thing where they there was like some conjecture that maybe the way that he was like stealing company secrets from them and taking them to Ion Storm, and that like didn't end up happening, right? Like I think they were worried he was going to like take this basically almost completed game to Ion Storm, and they filed this like lawsuit, and there was like this legal stuff that happened, but I didn't even put it in here because it was just a blip. But basically what Mike is saying is, once Todd had to go into sworn deposition to talk about what he had actually done, in Mike's opinion, it was very little, that he had never actually delivered on any real products. So, with all of this fighting, there still needed to be a decision on the deal if they're going to buy Dominion. They end up striking a deal. They buy the rights to Dominion for $1.8 million. They bring over the team that had been working on Dominion as well. They thought, if we can finish this as quickly as Todd says, and we get paid $3 million to make it, then whatever we don't spend out of that $3 million is just profit for us, right? Like we're set. So, you know, if it costs them $200,000, they make $1 million off of buying a thing that was already done. So that's the plan. Romero contacts Kevin about getting the Quake 2 engine for Daikatana. It's Kevin Cloud. Kevin tells Romero that they're hoping to ship by Christmas. This would mean that Romero would have the tech in his hands by early 1998. The irony, as you've caught on here, is that, again, John Romero is stuck waiting for John Carmack. Again, John Romero is stuck waiting for a Quake engine. Here he is again. But he thinks, well, it's going to be really easy to move everything over. Now, a side story. Okay. In the fall of 1997, one of the Ion Storm employees gets word that the entire Austin office, Austin, Texas, at a company called Looking Glass Studios was being fired. Looking Glass had been founded by Paul Neurath. If you remember from the first episode of the series, right when Romero was off to go start that startup, okay, Paul is the guy who asked Romero if he wanted to go start a company, and he ended up starting Looking Glass. Okay,
I remember him. Yep.
But the studio had fallen on hard times. One of the guys that they were getting ready to cut was a guy named Warren Spector. And we'll show you him here. There's the logo for Looking Glass. There's Warren Spector. He's a bit older than the usual guys we see on here. He's got glasses. He's got kind of a scruffy beard. In this picture, he's wearing like a jean jacket and some jeans and a black t-shirt.
He looks pretty chic in comparison to the others, so I'm good.
I agree. Yeah. Warren was 41 years old. He was very well known and very well respected in the industry. He had worked at Origin Systems and Electronic Arts. He had been the producer on a lot of games you might know, like Wing Commander and a bunch of Ultima games. At Looking Glass, he was the producer on System Shock.
Shit.
And even though System Shock was successful, it was not enough for him to keep his job from being cut. Now, a lot of people in the industry knew each other at this time. Romero knew Warren, and he knew that Warren had a history of making killer games. So Romero talks to Mike, he talks to Tom, and he asks, maybe we pitch that Warren joins Ion Storm. He calls Warren up. From Romero's book, quote, "I'm just about to sign a deal with EA," he said. He laughed and added, "Literally, I am holding the pen and the contract is in front of me." "Don't sign it," I said. Of course, he was free to do whatever he wanted, but I hoped I could delay his decision. Let me pitch you on what we can do for you at Ion Storm. They immediately got on the road and made the 3-hour drive to Jollyville, Texas. That's a real place.
Jollyville.
So fucking jolly
Americans. Just name cities after things that come up, like, I don't know, this is a Jollyville, let's call it Jollyville.
Come on down to Jollyville. We're all so fucking jolly here.
Let's just name half of the cities in America after cities that we already know from Europe. Like, there's 25 Frankfurts and like 12 Yorks and other stuff. I don't know.
Well, one of them's new. It's the New York.
Well, yeah.
Warren and his entire team, 10 people in total, were all sitting on the steps outside their office. Romero said he assumes that this was because he wanted his whole team to be a part of this decision. Romero offered them this. Warren could have the right size team, a long development time, and the ability to run his own office in Austin. Quote, "You can do whatever you want, and I will make sure no one gets in your way. You'll have enough money and enough time. I trust your process." Warren recounts Romero saying, quote, "Make the game of your dreams. Biggest budget you've ever had. Biggest marketing budget you've ever had. And no creative interference." End quote. And Warren is like, seriously? Like, he's just so surprised. Who says no to that? But they're like, okay, well, I guess we just went from like being fired to like going to join Ion Storm. They agree right then, the whole team, that they're going to start up Ion Storm Austin. So what a fucking roller coaster for these people.
Yeah, dude.
Warren had an idea for a game that he had been wanting to make for years, which was originally called Troubleshooter. He then changed the name to be Shooter Majestic Revelations, which was equally not as good, which would then eventually be known as Deus Ex.
Ooh, and that's one of the names I read on the list for Eidos was Deus Ex. Mm-hmm. And that game is also very important.
Sure is. Immediately, Ion Storm's PR team tried to get Warren to do some things, and he very quickly started setting boundaries. Quote, "I will never say the words, 'suck it down,'" he told them, "and I don't want to make anybody my bitch. We're going to be the classy part of this company. Just get ready for it."
Dude, I appreciate this. Like, setting boundaries is very cool. Mm-hmm. Always remember that. Saying no is a full sentence.
I really like that. I'm going to use that. By my estimation, I think the inclusion of Warren's studio, now they've brought Warren's studio in to give you an idea of the size of Ion Storm at this time. I think the whole company with Austin is about 50 people. Okay. Much bigger than id already. This isn't like the likely spot, like the perfect spot for this, but I also wanted to note, you might remember for all the way back from the very first episode that Romero had a childhood friend named Christian Divine. Okay. And they would like hang out when he was like much younger. They hire Christian on to the company at the time to become a writer for both Deus Ex and Daikatana. More on him.
Someone
later.
That's called Christian Divine being a writer for a game called Deus Ex is pretty cool. It fits.
It does fit.
It just fits. You just got to do it. There's no way around it. It doesn't make sense. Yep. It doesn't matter if he's good at it. It's just you gotta do it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it. You have to.
He's absolutely destined. Yeah.
Yes, destined.
Mike Wilson went to a trade show in England in September of 1997, and he asked the executives of Eidos to meet with him. There, he presented them with an outline of games that Ion Storm would be working on. Remember, to fulfill their contract with Eidos, they needed 3 games, but there were options from Eidos to buy 3 more. Eidos expected that as Ion Storm finished a game, they would then present another game. So like, we've done this one, here's another one. Mike presented what they had now. Daikatana, Dominion, the game they just bought, Anachronox, all in development. He also told them that they were working on Deus Ex, Doppelganger, and Daikatana 2. So, they've not published a game yet. Let me be fucking clear. They've not published a single thing. Mike tells them, quote, "Here they are, take them or leave them." The guys at Eidos are not having this shit. If you remember, Mike had screwed over GTI with the shareware deal. Eidos knows this. They are not thrilled at suffering the same fate. Besides, Ion Storm was already behind on their first 3 games. Daikatana is now delayed. Dominion was shaping up to take longer than expected. No fucking surprise. How could they even be talking about their next 3 when the first 3 were not done?
Yep. This all sounds like a scam at this point, right? Because they just feel like they are just being told lies and just like they're going to keep stacking more claims on top of what was originally claimed just to like distract them.
Mm-hmm. This puts Eidos in a difficult position. Funding all of these games would be very expensive and very risky. Further, remember that Eidos has the right to refuse, but if they refuse, part of the contract was that then Ion Storm would be free of those options. Okay? Mike, it seemed, wanted to get them to turn down funding all 3 games at the same time so they'd then be free of their future commitments. And then Mike he really wants to be a game publisher. That's what he wants to do. Even though the other guys don't really want this. Eyes are focused on being a game publisher. So if he can get Eidos to eject these 3, it can fulfill his dreams here of turning Ion Storm to have Ion Strike. Okay. Todd Porter got a call from the Eidos CEO, who was very displeased and told Todd that he was going to strangle Mike. Todd called a meeting of the owners and relayed all of this to everyone. In short, from that meeting, they were like, okay, we can't just piss off Eidos and lose them, since we've decided against being our own publisher.
Guys. The CEO of our bosses just called me and he literally told me he'd murder me if we don't do this. So I think we have to do this. So I don't know. I kind of weighed my options of
on the table.
being dead or not being dead, and I'm like, okay, I kind of gotta live. So I think we gotta do this.
Incredible.
Really, these guys, top-notch strategists. The art of the deal, I tell you. This is brilliant.
Well, as you might expect, they decided to not ditch their deal with Eidos.
Whoa. No
when Mike gets back from the UK, because remember, Mike is in the UK at this conference and he's having this meeting, and then the Eidos guys call in and they're pissed. So Mike gets back and Romero and Todd meet with him. And they tell Mike to stop upsetting Eidos, okay? And
we really can't get strangled, guys. I really can't get strangled.
Guys, I like breathing.
5. If I get strangled, I can't have dinner, man. My wife is going to be so pissed, man.
God, I was going to make a mean joke. I'm not going to make a mean joke.
Don't make a mean joke.
Okay, you know what? Jokes. I'll make a mean joke. Guys, I can't get strangled. I have to go back to my house and cohabitate with my wife who hates me.
Cohabitate with my wife who hates me.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, John Romero. Anyway, as far as I can tell, the deal did not happen. I could not figure out the particulars of how this all went down, but it didn't happen. Okay. As they move further into the fall, it seems that there was some discontent brewing within the teams. No fucking surprise. Some of the younger employees at Ion Storm had taken to Mike because he's fun. He's this chill, surfer dude. He's edgy. He's, fun to be around. And those employees would come to him and complain about Todd and Jerry. Romero's team was mostly comprised of younger workers that he had met through the Doom community. Most of the people on his team hadn't even gone to college. Todd and Jerry, however, were older, and they filled their teams with older folks from the industry. Some people on their teams even had PhDs. Todd is showing up to the office in business suits. One day, someone from Todd's team didn't recognize Doom when it was being played in the office. Massive culture clash. Okay?
Okay, yeah, fair. I get it. But, let people dress nice. It's okay. Yeah, okay. But I get, yeah, they should have, some, I see the culture clash here. They want people that love the gaming industry and that love gaming culture. And if someone doesn't recognize Doom playing somewhere, then these people do not have the passion that they want in the company, right?
Right. I would say you can make video games and not dress like shit, but I think it was mostly just to illustrate the idea that they're all coming at this from completely different angles of the direction of the company, right?
Yeah,
and what their team should look like and the people who are on the team. Okay.
And I don't think that's a good standard to expect people to have your preferences in video games and to have your cultural perspective, because highly skilled people can sometimes have very narrow worldviews and not in the sense as in they are racist or bigots or something. I mean it in a way that they maybe have a very, very tight set of hobbies that do not connect to everybody and are not related to Doom. And I think not knowing Doom is fine, or not recognizing Doom is fine. if you are a highly skilled worker, that will probably produce very valuable software products.
I think that's the key, right? Is like, it doesn't matter if they wear business suits or they don't recognize Doom or whatever. Are they good at their fucking jobs? Do they get the job done? That's all that really matters. But the internal office culture, some people felt like there was conflict in that way. Whether or not that matters to you and I guess, as outsiders.
Yeah, man.
But Mike takes Romero and Tom out to lunch and talks to them. Mike tells Romero and Tom that there were complaints that Todd had been acting like a military leader, referring to his team in all of these military terms and ordering them around in ways that was becoming difficult to handle. There was a story that Todd called Romero's producer and put him on speakerphone, but had to mute when Todd started screaming at him. And I read that his team was really struggling to get through development and was having a hard time. There was one particularly concerning story about a producer on Dominion who was not handling the stress well, and he had a poster board in his space that supposedly was a list of people he would shoot first if he ever snapped.
Dude,
so stress is pretty fucking high.
So if these people are all going insane because of this job, like, it must be an indicator of how stressful this job is. Like, I'm not saying that these are all insane people. I'm saying that this is maybe also indicative of how insane this industry is.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And the expectations that were being put on relatively green people, you know.
Yeah. That they completely lose any sense of adequate behavior. Like, even what you would maybe describe as psychotic behavior. Like, this is this tough stuff.
Total red flag for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Talking about killing people is a very red flag, I think.
Further, Mike tells them that Jerry wasn't really well liked within the company either because of how the art department was being run. There were some issues there, maybe not to the same extent of what was going on with Todd. At this time, Romero and Tom aren't fans of Todd either. They had been clashing with him in minor ways that had been adding up. Also, as we all expected, Dominion was taking way longer than 6 weeks, and what was coming from it did not look good. Mike suggested to them that maybe Todd had been lying to them about how much this was going to take and what it was going to be, you know, because it was his baby, right? He really liked this game. They all collectively decide they're going to fire Todd. Romero goes home for the weekend, starts thinking about how he would break it to Todd, and then he begins to hesitate. On the following Monday, Romero is on the way to tell Todd the news, and he says, "Man, I can't do it. I don't feel like we've given him a chance, and we're just firing him because everybody hates him. We should just talk to him and lay down some ultimatums and offer to help him." End quote. Mike is floored. Here's Romero flip-flopping again. So Romero had a meeting with Todd to express some concerns about his leadership style, but does not fire him.
Oh boy. And again, we don't have to repeat it every time, but yes, he's flip-flopping again. That is just Romero style.
Now, around this time, Todd starts doing some digging of his own. Todd thought that Bob Wright and Mike were burning through money without keeping track of it. So he began to dig. It was discovered that Mike Wilson had borrowed company money to buy himself a BMW, which was not a good look. No. What really sealed the deal for Mike was in December, a friend of Romero's from a place called Ritual Entertainment called because he had gotten a fax about a new publishing company called Gathering of Developers Games, or GOD, God Games. Okay? A new publishing company founded by the CEO of Ritual Entertainment and a guy named Mike Wilson. Oh yeah. Romero is livid because Mike has started a publishing company without telling any of them, especially while he's working there. Yep. Leadership calls an emergency meeting. They drive Mike to their lawyer's office and they fire him on the spot. Many folks on the team were sad, Romero included, but I will tell you who was not sad, EDOS. EDOS was relieved. Okay, you ready to shift again? See what ID's doing? Okay. I realized I don't have a slide for this. You'll have to survive without a slide. I'm sorry. You can keep staring at Warren Spector's glorious visage.
John Cormack's muscular arms without any slides.
Inside of id, the culture had continued to turn toward a militaristic way of running things. All of the fun and all of the laughs had gone with the staff exodus. The guys inside the company had become very competitive with each other and would constantly complain about and ridicule other games on the market. When they got a hold of the Half-Life demo, for example, many in the office proudly asserted that the game was going to fail. They also very much wanted to beat Romero, and he was the subject of a lot of their ire. And this competition began to spread to competing within the company as well. Now, remember in the previous episode, I had mentioned that Sandy Peterson was like, I think that there are some folks here who are more concerned with being rivals to each other than rivals outside of the company. And that is just another data point in that.
I can't... Like, these people were far more experienced in the first-person shooter culture than I was when I first encountered Half-Life, because I think Half-Life was one of the first-person shooters I ever encountered. But I remember that I could never make it past the intro level in the beginning.
Oh, really?
Because I was really small. Like, I played Half-Life for the first time when I was like 11 years old or something. Or I think even younger. I think with 9 or something. But I was completely floored by it. It was insane. I don't know. It just got to me. Like, and this is why I have a hard time relating to them saying that it would fail. But maybe they just had a different perspective on things. They were like, I was a kid. I don't know, but it like Half-Life shook my life.
And to me, it just seemed like puffed up talk,
yes,
right? Like, our stuff's so good that this is going to fail. It's nothing compared to us. That kind of bravado. Many in the company blamed Carmack for just basically being hands-off and absent with most things, but they also thought that Carmack was purposefully fostering competition between members. Part of the intra-company disputes came from the way that id would give out yearly bonuses. Every quarter, the owners would get together and figure out the money that they were going to give out in bonuses, and then they would arbitrarily give that money out to people in the company. In one example I read, someone might get $100,000 as a bonus in one quarter, and then in the next quarter they might only get $20,000. From this, the employees within id realized that they would need to work against each other under this pay structure. American McGee was really feeling the effects of this system. While once he had been close with Carmack in the days of Quake, Carmack began to distance himself from American. American said that he had wondered to himself if they ever were really friends at all in the first place. And to Carmack, American was becoming just another Romero in the making. Carmack felt that American had lost his way. Tim Willits, who American had had quarrels with, started to move in and take over some of that new spot in Carmack's favor. This caused a lot of friction. Now, I'm going to tell you a story. I mentioned in the last episode that Sandy Peterson has told a story, and American McGee has corroborated some of this, about a guy in the company that they called Snake, okay? Many in the community think this is Tim Willits, but there's no confirmation of that. Just thought I'd put it here. But the story goes like this. American McGee was on the bad side of the bit flip with Carmack. One day, he goes to Carmack and says, "What can I do?" Carmack told him to go and talk to the person that Sandy refers to as Snake, okay? Carmack tells American, you're not doing Quake levels well. You have to learn to do them properly. Go and listen to Snake. He's our best level designer. He's going to show you what to do. American's like, okay, cool. I got this. So Snake shows American all this stuff. He teaches him how to do things. American takes that stuff. He puts together a level. When he finishes, he does it exactly as this guy tells him to do, and he goes back to Carmack, and Carmack flips his fucking lid. It is all wrong. Everything is wrong. Literally the exact reverse of what Carmack wanted. And American is confused. He's like, wait, I did exactly what that guy told me to do. This is exactly what he told me to do. And Carmack is like, why would he do that? Why would he tell you to do it wrong on purpose? And the whole thing makes American look really bad in Carmack's eyes.
So the claim is that the Snake, in quotations, sabotaged American Mickey on purpose.
That is the claim. Again, this is all conjecture from people who were there. This is all conjecture from American and Sandy Peterson. But I use that as an example of, if it's true, the competition between members of id at that time.
Yes. And again, the big picture here is far more important. And the big picture is the competition, as you said, and also that they just had a very toxic work environment.
Oh, absolutely. For sure.
Even years afterwards, they would remember how horrible it was.
Yep. Now, as I said, Carmack is becoming really distant from everyone. He didn't like having a large staff, and the problems within the company, in his mind, were because he had too many people around. He wanted the company to be trimmed, slim, efficient. And he was doing this thing where he would just leave for like a week at a time and go isolate himself in a hotel room to code. And there's actually a secret area that's in Quake 2 that Tim Willits put in. I'll have it on the next slide here. I'll show you. Bottom right. Okay. There was a secret place that you could get to in Quake 2, and it had pictures of all of the developers, okay? And they do like a little animation. When you'd walk up to Carmack's photo, as you got close to it, it would sink into the floor and disappear. Which I think is pretty funny. I would also say, I think that it's easy to give Carmack some shit about wanting to isolate himself and this aloof guy. But I'll tell you, when I was working on some of the hardest stuff I ever did in like my academic career, I literally asked my wife, Andrea, if she could go and like visit her mother for a week. Like when I was preparing for comprehensive exams and stuff, I needed to completely isolate, to 100% focus and turn off everything. And I imagine if you're building really difficult engines and you need to shut out the world, like it's not that crazy for him to do this, but it gave him a reputation of never being there.
I can also understand how people can be frustrated with this, because he was not only a lead programmer, he was also an employer. So these people required him to give them guidance.
Yep.
Like and if it's very frustrating to have an employer that does not give you guidance and does not tell you what to do, but at the same time nourishes a toxic work environment, and you try to please them, but you are not given the chance to.
Yep.
So I can see how it's frustrating, how it's necessary to isolate, to work, and maybe even to handle his fucking burnout that he's obviously having, but also how it's frustrating to not have your boss around.
I can definitely see both sides on this. Quake 2 released on December 9th of 1997. Reviews were glowing. It would sell something like 240,000 copies just in that month. Romero posted on December 11th, "Oh my god, Quake 2 is the most impressive game I've ever played on a computer. What game have you played lately that was better than Quake 2? I predict the answer is none." He also claimed that he played Quake nonstop for 48 hours. And I believe him.
Yeah, sure.
There's some pictures here of Quake. I mean, if you've seen Quake, you know Quake at this point. Feel free to peruse them, the internet, if you'd like to. Pretty, it just looks like Quake 1, but better, I think. The lighting's better. The models are better. It looks great. It truly looks good.
And no, I know these games, they are, these games are smooth to play. It's insane, like the focus they put onto making them feel good, and they really do.
Yep. Yeah, very smooth. Seeing Quake 2 also assured Romero that he could implement the engine to Daikatana. His staff, however, was starting to show signs of unhappiness. The company had made some missteps, as we've talked about. And the showing at E3, it hadn't really done enough to really do them well at this point. But the staff really pushed back on switching Daikatana over to the Quake 2 engine. They did not like the idea of losing progress. They were worried that the number of things that needed to switch over would be too many. Plus, the game was experiencing very serious scale creep. The design document was massive. Romero wanted 64 different types of monsters in the game. It would be 4 times the size of Quake. the team thought that even without switching to the new engine, okay, that they were going to really struggle to make a March 1998 deadline. Romero showed them Daikatana's current build next to Quake 2. He told them that Daikatana would look ancient in comparison. Broadly, the team was on board, but dissent festered. Eidos was also unhappy. First, Daikatana hadn't made it out for the holiday season, but Romero told them, just like his staff, that it would only take a few months after they got the new engine. He told Eidos the key to success was bodies plus manpower. He thought the company already had a ton of employees, and look how much id had done with 13, right? It'd be fine. And Eidos is like, okay, we have no choice but to believe you here, so they did.
Yeah, what can they do? Strangle them? Oh yeah, that was an option. Maybe they should.
On the id side of things, Quake 2 was selling great. It got good reviews. Carmack had a brief stint. There's just a total random side story I found in a book. Carmack had a brief stint at this time where he started going to casinos and he started trying to see if he could count cards playing blackjack. And he made $20,000 on his first trip and donated it to charity. And then when he went back on his second trip, they asked him to leave. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, nothing to say here. Like, he cheated at gambling, and then he was I don't know. Yeah, good on you, Romero.
It's Carmack, actually, but yeah.
Oh, Carmack, I'm sorry. Oh,
No. And that also makes sense for Carmack to be able to count cards, you know?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, yeah, that makes total sense that Carmack can count cards.
Yep.
I mean, if you have good memory, it's likely not that hard.
Right. Carmack kept seeking escapism from the office. The staff was constantly infighting and it began to get to him. He was working on his next engine, what he called the Trinity engine, and he needed space. He took another trip away to a hotel. He posted about how he only left the hotel to buy himself Diet Coke and how he planned to do more isolation trips in the future. In his post, he talked about the upcoming development cycle for the team and how it was going to be great. He generally seemed optimistic. But, as you might guess, such optimism did not last long. The animosity between team members had reached new heights. Tim and American were fighting all the time. Adrian and Kevin were fighting with Paul Steele. None of them really seemed to be able to work together. So Carmack comes up with an idea. He'll use this, and then he'll build the next game around the atmosphere and the hostility in the office. He comes up with the idea that they're going to make Quake 3, and it would be deathmatch only. That meant that there wouldn't need to be a story or a narrative. The team could just design maps without having to interact with each other. Okay? He pitches it to the team. They're not on board with the direction. Adrian is still tired of making shooters. This poor guy.
Oh no.
He says that they had basically been making the same game over and over and over again for years. He wanted something different. American and Paul agreed.
And he never even decided himself to come along. He was just like part of the baggage. And he just was like put in a wagon and he was never asked. And now he's like the boss of things.
Oh, poor Adrian.
Someone should tell him that he can quit if he wants to. Like he's a well-renowned video game programmer by now. He can like do his own stuff.
He could. He's still the intern in my heart.
He is.
So Paul put together a lengthy design document that he thought would be the story for the game, but Carmack's not into it. He vetoes the idea. Kevin told Carmack that if he wanted to do a game like this, he would have to find someone else to be the game's project manager. Carmack didn't care. He pushed forward anyway. Around this time, American McGee is called into a meeting with the remaining owners of id, and they fire him. The company thought that American wasn't performing anymore, and Carmack felt that American was turning into Romero. American asked for a more detailed answer about why he was being fired, and they told him in the meeting that he was being fired because nobody liked him. This was not surprising, but he said that it was indicative of what the company had now become now that Romero was gone. I'm bummed for American.
I am. But I can also see Carmack playing one of the levels of American McGee and seeing something that reminds him of Romero, and it's like a good level, but he just can't let those emotions come through. Like, it's just too much, and he's just running around in circles on his computer, and he needs to keep developing, but he needs to also fire American McGee to not think of Romero, because this man completed him, and he needs to shut out everything from his life that even remotely makes it possible that he could be complete again, because he needs to remain permanently damaged, and like he needs to fester in this for some reason. And just like Romero, Carmack deserves the nest he builds for himself.
I like the bit, if we lean into this bit about them being they're exes, maybe yes. He has to go to his isolation trips every time something reminds him of Romero. He has to run.
He does, like, he goes up, like, everything reminds him of Romero, and he has to go. We talked about before, this is his strategy, right? Mm-hmm. Romero is incapable of shutting things down, and Carmack is incapable of not shutting things down. He constantly has to put up walls, and like, this is why they needed each other to make the compromise.
Well,
build walls, build openings, stuff like that.
You're not the only person who thought that, because there were other people in the company who thought that firing Romero had been a bad idea. Like Paul Steed, I have a quote here. Paul Steed had never even worked with Romero, and he thought that, like, without Romero, the company was missing something. Quote, Romero is chaos and Carmack is order. Together, they made the ultimate mix. But when you take them away from each other, what's left?
What is left? Yeah, just empty rooms and memories you can't reconcile. Only sadness remains. And loads of money that these idiots are gonna waste, and I'm so happy to be here for it. So give me more. I want more. Keep going.
I just imagining that this is the point in the movie where there's like a sad song playing in the montage, and you see like Romero, and he's like sitting in front of a computer, and he's saying, "Suck it down, suck it down."
and then he takes like he grabs down, and up comes like a few $100 bills, and he squeezes into them and throws them into the garbage.
Carmack walks by the door he chopped down in the office. He sees the hole in the door from once Romero came out of, and he looks at it and he starts to cry, for now he has a hole in his own heart. For what is the heart but a doorway to love? I think we've really played out this bit.
I think we did, but it was really good, and I think I'm totally into. I'm shipping them. Like, we need a couple name for them. It's Camaro or
Camaro. That's a good car. It works for both of them.
Yeah, Camaro.
Yeah. Oh man, you know the Dead Milkmen have a song called "Bitchin' Camaro," and it also fits for John Romero's going to make you his bitch. You know.
Suck it down.
Suck it down. John Romero was having a net negative upon my life, he says with a tear coming down his face. Anyway, how do we pivot from that? As id started to work on Quake 3, the team tried to come up with ways that it might be different from just another shooter. They had seen Half-Life, very story-focused, and they wanted something different, something ambitious, something that wasn't just another deathmatch shooter. Adrian continued to protest against the game's path, but Carmack just quashed every suggested change. Adrian said he was very frustrated at this time, but what were they going to do? Fire Carmack? They couldn't. He was id at this time. In January of 1998, Ion Storm moved into their new office at the top of the Chase Tower. There was a game room with arcade machines. There was a foosball table and a pool table. There was a place to deathmatch that could support 20 people. There were 12 TV sets in the office that were constantly tuned to MTV. The kitchen was filled with candy and junk food. Romero said he had one thought when he saw this. Holy shit, we gotta fucking make some great games.
The decadence. Look at it.
Dude,
Rome is
there's
falling.
Like an actual movie theater that they built in there. Do you see all those TVs?
Man.
Like
this reminds me of, you remember MTV Cribs, where they show these fake homes of these superstars that were never actually theirs, but they showed them. It reminds me of that. Like that
absolutely
rich people bullshit.
Yep. And as Romero said that they got to make some great games, they would certainly have to because they were hemorrhaging money. The office renovations cost more than $2.5 million. Dominion had already cost the company $3 million, which was over the cap of their advance, and the game was looking bad.
So they have 13 million. They spent 500,000 in rent for that place. They spent 2.5 million in renovating it, and they spent 3 million on Dominion. That's 6 million gone from 13 million is 7 million. Then they have to pay each other, and they pay each other a lot, which is probably for everybody around probably more than $1 million a year, probably even more. They don't even have a quarter of their money left by my calculations.
Well, you're right, because by my calculations at this time, they had burned through just about all of it. So we'll get back to that here in a minute.
I was very conservative about this, yeah. So I can totally believe that there was nothing left.
Oh, yeah. Remember how I said that the office had like 60-foot high glass ceilings? Well, turns out that is a real fucking problem when you're trying to code. So people one guy pulled Romero over and like showed him his computer and was basically like, I can't work. It's just sun in it all the time. So they contacted the design firm, and the design firm came in and they put these massive blinds over top of the giant windows, which was like a fucking selling point of the place. But those weren't opaque enough, and Eidos was like getting sick of paying for all these alterations. So they already have these curtains, but they're not enough. So they take their brand new office and they decide that every cubicle is going to have black sheets stapled onto them. Like you would walk into your cubicle like it was a dark room. Super weird. So you're in like the juxtaposition of this gigantic, open, glass ceiling, massive office, and then everybody is like putting themselves into these little tiny dark cubicles.
This is like a modern version of an existentialist play, like completely drowning in decadence, but imprisoned in tiny cubicles that are completely void of any kind of stimulation. So what is it you need? You need everything, but what is it you get? You get nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Is
it not delicious?
Poor people. It is so delicious.
From Romero, sadly, this became the long-term solution. What was once a state-of-the-art flagship office was now, at least in part, a tent city.
Fuck.
The infighting on the Ion Storm team ramped up. Most of the infighting was focused on Todd and Jerry. In Mike's absence, Todd was now the new CEO. But Todd's game Dominion was turning out to be awful, and it would be the first game that Ion Storm would put out, because Daikatana needed more time. Todd then started inserting himself into Daikatana meetings and just in suggesting all this weird shit that nobody wanted, like just would show up and waste everybody's time. Many did not like the idea of Todd and Jerry taking over the company, but Dominion was, at the very least, finished, okay? And was going through the process of duplication and distribution. Now, around this time, Todd, he thought so highly of Dominion that Compaq was a PC producer back in the day. Like we had a Compaq when we were younger. They're not particularly good. Todd turned down a deal with Compaq that would have given id 75 cents to $1 for every computer that they sold that had Dominion installed on it, and it would have given them bare minimum $1.5 million. Todd thought very highly of this game. Remember, he said in internal emails, this is going to be like a fucking top 10 blockbuster. He didn't want to cannibalize his own retail sales of a game that he thought was going to hit the market hard. We'll get more on that in a minute.
This would have been less than they paid for it, right? Because they paid $3 million for Dominion.
They paid $1.8 million for Dominion, and then, if my numbers are right, they spent $3 million more to develop Dominion.
Okay,
so they're fucked.
Nice. But if they believe that Dominion is going to be worth nothing anyway, getting $1 million out of it is better than not getting it.
And this is a game that they just wanted to use to, quote, burn an option, right? And so, okay. In early 1998, Romero gets access to the Quake 2 code. This is what he needed to make Daikatana great. But when he and his programmers start compiling the engine on their PCs, they get a bit nervous, because this engine is much, much different. This would not be as simple as he thought it was. He called up Eidos. He explains the situation. They decide to stick to the plan of changing to the new engine. And in this, they make the decision to change to a new model of pay. Ion Storm had over 100 employees at this time. Eidos...
What?
100 employees. More than 100 employees.
Romero completely lost control, man. I didn't even know that it was that many. I thought he had like 20 people or something. 100.
100. Eidos would give them $1.2 million each month to cover salaries rather than the per game rate. He told them with this, there was no way that they could make the March 1998 deadline. This meant that the timeline milestones that Ion Storm had set for them, like you hit this milestone and, they're not going to be an issue anymore. They ditch all of those. This made things a lot easier at Ion Storm, okay? They're like, we don't have to have X thing at Y date. We can just work. But what does that mean? You are now unchained from deadlines, right? So there's no pressure to get it out at a specific date because Eidos is just fucking bankrolling you. The ambitions within Ion Storm flew higher and higher. Later that month, Romero went and told the press that Ion Storm was going to start work on Daikatana 2. And they did. Long story there that involved Eidos briefly hiring folks from Raven Software, remember them, to make a prototype of Daikatana 2.
Heretic
did not
and
work out.
Hexen and stuff like that, right?
Yep, they hired some people. They put together a Daikatana 2 demo. Eidos is like, yeah, we're over this. They don't do it.
Eidos is so tired of them. They just want to get rid of them.
Todd and Jerry decide that they're going to create a comic book division within the company and release comics for each of the company's games. They take this to Eidos, and Eidos is like, no fucking way. You're supposed to be making games. Go make games.
So you're calling me to tell me that your company that you have founded and started a contract with us to make video games is now deciding to spend the money that we have given you in the trust that we have also given you to now spend all of that money on making comic books about the video games that you have not finished. Am I correctly summarizing this, Mr. Todd?
Absolutely. It's going to be a fucking hit. Don't you want to read Dominion comic books? Ooh, so cool.
I mean, dude, comic books alongside video games are, I think, cool.
I actually do think it's cool, but I don't think...
If there is a video game that goes along with it.
For sure. By spring of 1998, the mood at the company was bad. Everyone was in crunch mode. Daikatana was nowhere near finished. People complained that the project had begun to spiral out of control. Many within the office started avoiding other people or losing it. One guy apparently just sat at his desk one day and just screamed. He just sat there and just screamed. They walked over and fired him. In Romero's personal life, oh, okay, I had mentioned this in the previous episode. I wasn't sure when this happened. Romero had paid at some point here to move his kids and their mother, Kelly, back to Texas, and he bought them a house. I wasn't sure when that happened. He and his wife announced to everybody that they're expecting a child that is going to be due in May. So Romero's got another kid coming. He thinks his personal life is settled. Apparently, he actually did spend a lot of time with his kids at this time.
That is good.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Kids.
Me too.
It's good for kids to have parents.
Mm-hmm. On May 13th, 8 people on Romero's team got together and went to Bob Wright, who, if you remember, was Ion's chief operating officer. They ask Bob out to lunch, and they tell him that they're going to give Romero an ultimatum. Either Romero would ditch Todd and Jerry, or they were going to leave. They were tired of how they had been treated, and they felt that Romero was not doing enough to address their concerns. Bob tells them to put all of their complaints in writing, but there are some suggestions that during this meeting, he told them that if they did leave, that he would help them finance a company of their own.
Oh.
This all gets back to Tom Hall, and he calls Romero, who was out of the office because it was the day that his child was born. Actually, it's the day after. But he's in the hospital with his wife, Beth. He is literally in Beth's room in the maternity ward, and he steps out to take the call, and Tom tells him everything, and Romero fucking melts down in the hospital. He screams, "What the fuck? That's it. Bob fucked with my team. He's gone." And so, Bob Wright was fired the next week. Bob would then go on to sue the company for a breach of fiduciary duties. He disputes that he ever told staffers that he would help them create their own company. So, things are melting down.
They are.
What to do from here? If Todd and Jerry were the issue with staffers, how could they get rid of them? Tom and Romero didn't have the shares to vote them out because it was a 50-50 ownership split. They couldn't afford to buy them out either. They had no options. They decide to sternly talk to them and then tell Todd to, quote, fucking cool it. Todd's abuse toward his team was becoming too much. Romero talked to his team and told them that he would do everything that he could, but that pledge wasn't enough. They wanted action. At the May 1998 E3, there was not a lot of fanfare for Ion Storm. Other shooters took the limelight, including Unreal, which had released, Half-Life had come out through Valve, and of course Quake 3 had released. Dominion,
Dude, they are getting close to the timeline of some legendary releases. I think they really need to get their shit together if they really want to publish anything that anybody cares about.
Yep. Dominion, the game that Todd had pushed them to buy, released the following week. Here it is, if you'd like to see it. It did not do well. According to internal documents, it sold 7,000 copies per month in the first 4 months. Even those figures might be inflated. It was an RTS, but as you're saying, StarCraft had just come out before this. So when Dominion hits, it looks old. And it confirmed for many fans that Ion Storm might have some internal issues going on. Todd...
Yeah, this looks slightly better than Command & Conquer Red Alert, but only maybe? I don't know. Red Alert was really nice, and that came out much earlier. But
yes,
StarCraft was insane.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Nobody will care about Dominion.
No one will care about Dominion. I lost my place here. Sorry, hold on. There we go. Todd had planned to move his team into working on their next game, what would have been Doppelganger, the thing he'd been struggling to get a design document for. Eidos cancels it. No way. They take Todd's team, they split it up across Daikatana, Anachronox, and the Deus Ex teams. Gone. Like they just cut his team and go. Go somewhere else. Romero. Quote, as it turned out, unfortunately, Dominion received no good reviews that I recall. For a team that was already feeling down, Dominion's release was a nail in the morale coffin. End quote. Senior folks were leaving the company. They were being sued. Their first game sucked. They had canceled another. The internet went wild with all of it. The internet really reveled in it, from what I could see, finding some old archive posts from this time. Also, that month, there were talks that Eidos was interested in purchasing part of the company. There had been discussions off and on, but they were pushing to have Eidos take control of the company in exchange for forgiving the $15 million that they had spent in development on games. $15 million. The deal fell through. Todd decided that because of this, he would try to keep the company afloat by being the guy to make hard choices that nobody wanted to make. He felt that Romero was too non-confrontational and wouldn't do what needed to be done. Todd hired an auditing firm to dig through the company's finances. There were again suggestions to cut Daikatana. Romero wouldn't have it. Todd started getting hostile with other employees regarding their performance. Then someone leaked the Eidos deal and the fact that it fell through to the press and a whole bunch of emails. Todd suggested that they search everyone's work emails to see who had been emailing people, but Romero and Todd forbade it. Within the company, the environment got worse. Distrust festered. As the rumors grew regarding Ion Storm's financial issues, depression and apathy spread. One day, Romero went to talk to Key Kimball, who was his lead programmer at the time, and Romero tells Key that he had been playing too many games and hadn't been doing his work. Key told Romero that he had been struggling because he was worried about the business. He had seen some of the financial info. There were rumors kicking around that Eidos might shut down Ion Storm together. Romero lost it. He screamed, "Rumor, rumor, 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 bullshit. You don't understand business. Don't try to fuck with business stuff. You don't understand the deal we have with Eidos. You don't understand a lot of things. You're letting it affect the way that you are not working, and you're bringing other people down in all this shit." Romero fired him immediately.
This sounds a lot like Carmack was speaking to Romero when they were splitting up. So...
Turns out running a business is a lot fucking harder than one would think, huh? It's not just make yourself a fun little place and games will appear as you hire all of your friends or people who love you.
Yeah.
Turns out you need to actually have some talent in there too. Things continued to unravel. In August, Romero separated from his wife Beth, which we had kind of known was coming. Even he knew that was coming. There was a hoax going around that Romero had been murdered. I will show you why. A picture going around that looked like this.
Whoa.
It was
that
from a
like
photo
a picture,
shoot.
Like Romero is in what's the English word for that? A mortuary?
A morgue.
A morgue.
Mm-hmm.
On like one of those like things, and he has like a headshot wound and he looks really pale. That looks really, really real.
He had done a photo shoot where he was pretending to be a dead body in a morgue. If you look, I think that's the Quake symbol he has around his neck. Like, it's really tiny.
Yeah.
This started getting passed around. Some people thought that he was actually dead. And like he himself started getting calls about like, can he comment? Right? He's like, I'm alive. I'm talking to you. But then when it came out that he wasn't dead, because of all of the bad publicity from Ion Storm, the internet ate that up and said, this is just another publicity stunt. This is classic John Romero. He's fucking with us. There were many articles that came out proclaiming John Romero's death in 1998. Morale dropped lower and lower and lower. Employees would just disappear and not come back. And then, on November 18th of 1998, a few of Romero's trusted employees took him out to dinner. One of those employees was Stevie Case, who was the woman from the deathmatch, right? Who'd been working there for about a year. They all told him a rumor was going around the office that the entire Daikatana team was going to quit the next day. Romero's response: fuck them if they're going to leave. Sure enough, the next day, Romero and Tom get called into the conference room. The entire Daikatana team is there. The employees tell them, we can't keep working under these conditions. We don't think this game is ever going to get done, so we're going to go and start our own company. Apparently, Mike Wilson, yes, that Mike Wilson, had sent them all an email. This had been planned. The email said, the monkey has landed. because he had just received his severance payout from Ion Storm, and he convinced Romero's team to leave and work with him. They told Romero that they were going to start a new company that they called Third Law and that they were leaving. They all walked out, and Ion Storm lost 8 employees. Romero went back to his desk and sat there until long after the sun went down. He felt like he had been backstabbed, but also he realized that he had not addressed their concerns. Quote, "I was pissed at and disappointed in myself." It was around this time that Romero promoted Stevie Case to become lead level designer, and then she and Romero started dating shortly thereafter. Stevie was someone who had a passion for video games like he did, and they hit it off. You doing all right there?
I'm not good. I'm like, John, we've known each other for about 6 episodes now, and like, there is like this thing that you have to kind of relive your childhood trauma of getting left by your dad, and you kind of gotta get on top of it, man. you just gotta, I don't know. You got 3 kids now. I don't know.
3 kids and 2 ex-wives.
Yeah, sure. Have some.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm not gonna. Yeah, do whatever you want, John. I can't. We can't save you anymore. This is so long ago. This is 25 years ago.
This is quite a long time ago. Yes.
He's gonna have fucked up so many more relationships by now.
You'll know. I'll tell you about a bunch of them. In early January of 1999, Ion Storm announced that the conversion of Daikatana to the Quake 2 engine was done. Just to make sure that you hear that correctly, in early January of 1999, okay, they had promised Daikatana in early 1997.
Yep, this is not good.
No. A producer Romero had hired said, "Come hell or high water, the game will be done on February 15th, 1999. A few days after that statement, the company was hit with more bad press. There was a cover story in the local paper, the Dallas Observer, called Stormy Weather. It was about Ion Storm, right? One line was, quote, "The place where the designer's vision is king has turned into a toxic mix of prima donnas and personality cults." How did they get this insider information, you might ask? Well, apparently the paper had gotten a hold of internal company emails. Now the outside world knew everything. Mike Wilson taking money to finance a BMW and burn through EDOS options. They found emails that said that Todd had fired a PR firm. Why? Because they only took Romero's pictures and not his. And he was mad about that. There were talks of selling equity back to EDOS because Ion Storm was having money troubles. There was Todd sending an email to the entire company asking if anyone wanted to buy his fancy car because he had just upgraded to a Ferrari. The issues with staffing and turnover, all of the drama laid bare. There was an email where Jerry was talking about Mike and said that they should tell Mike, "You better be fucking glad we wrote off your car and house, you fucking rat-faced bitch." Oh yeah. The internet devoured this. The man who had told them that he was going to make them his bitch was getting what was coming to him. Internally, the no excuses tour. Yeah, we're still on it. Ion Storm struggled to figure out how the emails leaked. The best lead that they had was that Todd Porter had accidentally posted his email file, all of his emails, to the company computer network to be deleted, but the emails had not been deleted before the rest of the employees could see them and download them. So any employee could have opened it up and sent it along. But from what I can tell, they never actually figured out who did it. After all this drops, several people leave the company because now they knew how the owners actually felt. And it confirmed for them what they had been suspecting for a long time. Here's one employee who said this anonymously. If you wanted the overriding problem with John Romero's character, I'd say it was his emphasis on being John Romero in the public eye rather than getting things done, especially the things that made him John Romero in the public eye in the first place. It's this idea that once you've reached this pinnacle, life's a free ride and you don't have to do anything from that point on, which is totally wrong. Some who left said that they didn't care about Romero acting like a rock star, but they were leaving because they were worried that Daikatana would never be finished. Yeah. Others just absolutely hated Todd and felt like the other owners had let Todd run the place so that they could do whatever they wanted without regard. Others said that they felt like all of the owners didn't have their hearts on it anymore.
They really were just stuck in this glass prison and they couldn't get out because it was all too much commitment. Like, how do you get rid of that again, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. On the id side of things, Carmack was getting frustrated with his team during the development of Quake 3. As I had mentioned, the design team was a scattered mess, and as he put out the most powerful graphics engine that id had ever produced, nobody really seemed concerned with using this new engine to push boundaries. The team wasn't self-motivated anymore. There were very few fun experimentations like when Romero had been there.
Because like Romero's thing always was to take the engines and just like do experiments with it and see what it can do. That was not considered while creating it.
Right, like he saw the engine as like a means to an end to make the really cool shit that he wanted to do, and he would want to take the engine and push it as far as it could possibly go to get as close to whatever his vision for those games were. But yeah, there's less of that because there's a lot less push to do anything with it. So the tech is there, but the design is not.
I get that, yep.
In February of 1999, the staff at id asked for a game producer. Carmack didn't have much of an interest in managing what was needed for the game, so they wanted someone to come in and do it. He called up Graham Devine. You can see him down there in the bottom right next to Donna. Guy with glasses, kind of long hair down past his shoulders. Graham had a long history of work within the industry and had been in contact with Carmack for years, and they had been like discussing advances in coding. And so if you've like noticed a theme here with Carmack tends to want to hire on people that he has like sort of vetted, like they, other people that he's spoken to. Like I'm thinking of like Michael when he hired him to work on Quake, right? Like people in the industry that he respects. Graham was one of those people.
I kind of like Carmack's version of hiring because he does it like a scientist. Like he has like this collaboration with people that goes just from because they work in the same field, and so he has like conversations with people that he finds interesting to have professional conversations with, and by doing that he also gets like good ideas of these people, and since he's in a position to often offer people money for their work, he can then decide to like people so much to hire them after basically having gone through a very tedious hiring process already. So for the many things I don't like about Carmack, this seems like a very, very good approach to do hiring, to just like constantly work on it.
Right. I absolutely agree in that regard because as someone who used to be doing a lot of stuff in academia, you really get a feel for somebody when you can see their work, the kind of stuff they're putting out. And then as you start collaborating with them, you can start to get a feel whether you'd work well together or not, So this is much more, think about the difference between how he's hiring compared to Romero. Romero is like, oh, you made a cool Doom level and you've got spunk. Get in here. And Carmack is like, you are a tried and tested industry veteran that I know, right? But the talent pool, while it is much lower talent, is much greater on Romero's side. But Carmack wants higher quality candidates.
Yeah, but what Carmack then fails to do is to take care of the people that he brings in. Like,
ding, ding, ding.
He gets them there, and then he just doesn't do anything with them. And Romero wasn't the one that could take care of. But Romero wasn't the one that could take care of that either. Like he wasn't because he wasn't good at confronting things in a constructive way. So that was something that it was kind of missing entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So regardless, Graham. So he hires on Graham, and when Graham's company went under, Carmack hit him up, and Graham accepted. Graham immediately found himself in the mess that was id Software. He asked the 14 other people on the team what they thought that the direction of the project was, and he got 14 different answers back. Then, the day before he started, 3 of the more recent hires took him out for coffee, and they tried to prep him on what he was walking into. Quote, "They're going to tell you that you have power, but you will not have any power. They may say something's okay, but they will override your decisions." But Graham Devine told them, everything's going to be okay. Don't worry. Things will change. This is what he told them. Like, I'm coming in. These aren't his exact words, but basically like, I'm coming in. I see this. We're going to figure it out. But the personalities and egos at id were way more than he expected them to be. The people in the company simultaneously were directionless, but did not like being told what to do. He also found that while the game was supposed to have bots that players could like match against, so if you can't play against real people, you can play against bots, the project of making those bots had been delegated to a programmer that didn't do it. Carmack just always assumed that everyone had his work ethic, that everyone could be a self-starter like he was. So like Graham gets in there and he's like, whoa, like the bots are bad. This like whole work environment is bad. This is going to take work. By March of 1999, the team got a look at a title being made by Epic called Unreal Tournament. We had briefly mentioned this earlier. Unreal and then Unreal Tournament. If you remember... Dude, I loved Unreal Tournament. Oh my god.
Sorry, yeah.
You can take off. Unreal Tournament.
I was in an Unreal Tournament clan, man.
What? Really? Oh, I didn't know you were in a clan.
I mean, everybody had a clan, right? Like, like you find 5 friends on the internet and then you just make up a clan tag and you just pretend you are professionals, but you are not. You just play like shit, but have fun doing it.
I think that's the big thing. Yeah. Okay, well, if you remember Epic, the lead programmer was Tim Sweeney. He was well regarded in the industry. The company also had Mark Rain. We talked about that. But then they hired on Jay Wilbur. Remember Jay? Epic hired Jay to be on their team during this time.
Ooh, yeah.
Remember he left after Quake and then figured he'd clear his head. Now he's working at Epic. Okay. Unreal Tournament was a big hit at the Game Developers Conference in 1999, and many were surprised to see that it was a deathmatch-only player game, just like Quake was going to be. Many within id complained that maybe Carmack had been too open about his design, and they were convinced that maybe Epic had stolen their idea for a game like this. Epic denied this and claimed that they had been working on Unreal Tournament long before Carmack had announced to the world that Quake 3 was going to be a thing, but regardless of how that actually went down, it really soured the mood even further at id.
I would think that the concept of deathmatch only would have become apparent by now, because it was clear that if you just follow the design philosophy or follow the fun, which isn't a huge secret, you will notice when playing games like Quake that the multiplayer in itself is fun. So you can make a game solely based around that. And that is enough of an explanation for a full deathmatch game.
I completely agree. Yeah. I mean, I think it's really not a long stretch, as you said, to say that, you know, you just distill it to what you want it to be, right? I mean, who, as you mentioned earlier, who played Quake for the story, you know? Like, very few. I mean, some, obviously, but the real draw was the multiplayer.
Yeah. I only know Quake from the multiplayer. I don't even... You told me you were the first person to ever explain the story to me. I don't know.
The point is made. As you might have expected... Daikatana didn't release on time again. Okay. Ion Storm put out a deathmatch demo of the game in March 1999. It got mixed reviews. Some who played it thought that it looked old compared to the new games that were coming out. id was already passing them by with the Quake 3 engine and many other games that were coming out that were just really making Daikatana look dated. But, you know, okay, there are still people who are interested in this game. The response they got wasn't terrible. In April 12th, 1999, id had a lawsuit brought against them by anti-video game activist and lawyer Jack Thompson. Do you remember this guy, Docs?
No, but tell me about him again. If you did before, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay. No, I didn't tell you about him in this series. I was only asking because Jack Thompson is sort of an infamous anti-video game crusader in the United States. Okay. And in the late 90s, early 2000s, he tried to find pretty much any angle he could to try and really take video games down a peg, is the best way that I can put that.
What was his reasoning? Did he think that video games severely damaged society and the health of young children and the mental health and stuff like that?
Yeah, I can't totally speak for his motivations, but I'll say that a lot of what he argued was that video games led to violence and therefore video games were the cause of many ills in society. So why he's suing them... Right. Why he's suing them to tie into that is that there had been a school shooting in Kentucky in December of 1998, and he was representing the parents of 3 teenagers who had been killed. And in this lawsuit, he claimed that entertainment companies, just broadly, but also with a focus on id, were responsible for inspiring the 14-year-old shooter. And then, to add another layer to this, on April 20th, 1999, 2 students at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, took bombs and shotguns into their high school and began shooting. By the end of the massacre, 15 people were dead, including themselves. Now, if you weren't around at this time, you didn't live in the United States at this time, okay, it is really hard to explain how much this event completely dominated the news media. I was old enough to remember it dominating the news media.
Oh, Columbine was reported on in Germany. It was huge.
It was. And what came from that is that the media very much wanted to latch on to something. And the one culprit that they put toward why did the shooters do this is they a lot in the media tried very hard to blame video games. And part of the reason was that both of the teens had been into Doom. They both really liked Doom, which not crazy to imagine considering how many people liked Doom. But they were into Doom. I think maybe some of them even had some Doom merch. And even though the game had been out for 6 years at this point, the game began to be a convenient scapegoat for all the ills of the world. And, you know, I've mentioned many times that I really want to do an episode on video game censorship in the United States. And so we'll save some of this for that because Columbine is an important marker in that. But all eyes got turned toward violent video games for a while. And, you know, the truth is that the killers did have a lot of Doom stuff. They were very into the games. One of the 2 had a website that hosted user-created Doom levels. And in some of the materials found afterward, they had written things fantasizing about what the massacre would be like, and they referenced Doom more than once, though they did reference other games too. So, the media, feeding frenzy, just all eyes on id, all eyes on Doom. Carmack kept relatively quiet on this whole thing. He did not want to stoke media sensationalism, which tracks with Carmack. He wants to stay out of the limelight. id, in particular, was told that because of this Jack Thompson shooting, id was told in particular that because of the lawsuit against them from Jack Thompson, based on the Kentucky shooting, that they shouldn't speak about anything at all. So id was getting daily calls where Miss Donna, poor Miss Donna, would get screamed at every day by protesters. Aww. Hate mail is flooding in. Journalists would hang around outside trying to get a scoop from somebody. id had to hire security after a protester would stand outside screaming. Employees start not feeling safe. Carmack was asked about this, and he was unconcerned because, as he put it, this happens all the time. And I gotta say, in some ways, he was right. Like, it's maybe too much, again, to get into this episode, but the 90s were really this big panic around violent video games. And so for Carmack, this is just like a flash in the pan. This is common, right? This will all fade.
He also played D&D, not during the Satanic Panic, but right after it, right? Mm-hmm. Like, he was...
Right after it, yeah. Well, no, during this, he grew up playing D&D. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
So he would have been a part of that.
And so, like, he has experienced similar hysteria to this. So I can
absolutely
understand his point of view, especially it being him. Like, I saw this before. This is nothing special. This is nothing fancy. It's just this time it targets us and not D&D.
Yep. Romero felt like the discord around the whole thing was nonsense. The game was 6 years old. The people talking about the game were clueless, and he felt tired of being the one blamed for it. Romero was not necessarily opposed to having ratings on video games, but he thought that parents should be monitoring what their kids were playing and deciding what games were appropriate. But regardless, Romero actually remained silent on this whole thing. He wasn't being sued like id was, because not at id anymore, but he was worried that, and perhaps rightfully so, that journalists would try and twist his statements to fit whatever narrative they were going to write and whatever article they were going to make. And besides, like, this is all going on and he's like upset about it, but he has bigger things to worry about, like his crumbling company.
I'm kind of impressed that he didn't fuck this one up.
I mean, he's fucked up a lot of things, but he manages to stay out of this one, so kudos to him.
Good, yeah, absolutely.
It seemed that, inside of Ion Storm, many of the things that Carmack had warned Romero about were coming true, and Eidos was getting tired of Romero's inability to produce. They had given him millions and millions of dollars at this point, and apparently Eidos's president came to Romero at one point around this time and told him, "Shut up and finish the game."
That's nicer than the last thing they've said to them, right? Because we already talked about strangling, and now we're just being slightly mean, so that's okay. We're on better terms already.
Yeah. Step up, yeah.
Yeah.
In May of 1999, E3 was on again, but this year it was filled with reporters wanting to interview gaming companies about violence in video games. Reporters were intercepted by PR representatives at id's booth, who would then send the reporters to Activision, and then Activision would refuse to comment. Quake 3 got a positive response by those who saw it at E3, but the frustration within id continued to boil. 2 employees left shortly after E3. Adrian and his wife decided to separate. Kevin asked Carmack if he would leave his isolation office and join him and Adrian in a shared office space so they could communicate better. But when Carmack did, the room became quiet and awkward when they would all work together. Ion Storm was also at E3 this year. In 1999, Romero and Stevie were there as a public couple, and they got mobbed by fans and press. I have a picture of them. I can't remember who this guy on the right is. I think he's from a different gaming company. He's not really important to our story here, but there's Romero in all black, long black hair. There's Stevie in the middle. She's wearing like a plastic skirt type thing. They're definitely, to me, trying to look the part of like sort of rockstar game developers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Deus Ex was shown off, and the press was very excited about Deus Ex. Warren did a lot of interviews and generally seemed very proud of the game. They showed off an in-game cinematic for Tom Hall's game Anachronox. Daikatana, however, had a bad showing. Now, the game was being promised for a December release of 1999, and there was pressure to show off something that would wow the public. Todd says that before the event, Romero came to him and said, "Look, Eidos is significantly concerned and we need to have some sort of oversight. I need to make sure that things are coming along the way they're supposed to come along." Todd claims that he told Romero that he would get the game ready and send it to E3. Note, Romero's account of this is significantly different. In Romero's account, he did not give Todd this authority, and he said he didn't want Todd anywhere near his game because this is something Todd would do. He would come in and fuck with your game. Okay, so 2 separate stories. Todd says, "I was supposed to be in charge of this." Romero says, "Get the fuck out of my game, Todd." On the first day of the event, they show off the latest build. And it was doing all right at the show. It was fine. People were like, okay, this is taking forever to get out, but cool. But the level designers had decided that they wanted to show off more action in the game. E3 lasts a few days, so let's get a new build out of what we have. Like, we're down to the fucking wire, but we could get something even better out, okay? So they FedEx an updated build as fast as they can get it there. And then the game that booted up was terrible. The game chugged horribly, completely unplayable. Romero is pissed, and he calls his lead designer, Chris Cly, and asks what the deal was. On the other end, at Ion Storm, Romero's team was also mad. Apparently, Todd had shown up and given the Daikatana team a list of changes to include in the build that they sent. And then Todd took the CD to FedEx before the build was finished and sent it out, which resulted in the engine trying to redraw the entire map every single frame. So because it wasn't set up, instead of going, okay, the map is drawn, now let's draw this monster, it would go, draw this monster and the map, draw this frame and the map over and over and over again. So you couldn't even fucking play it. Yep. Romero's livid. Absolutely livid. Here's the team at Ion Storm right now. Now at this time, there was an EDOS representative working in their office to keep an eye on development because they were at the point where they were like, we're worried these guys are going to get anything done, right? So they send this guy. His name is John Kavanaugh. There's a picture of him on the right there. He was vice president of development for EDOS. And it was clear that EDOS was getting nervous. And in any other circumstance, they probably would have cut their losses and run. Kavanaugh said in an interview that year, it's a weird thing to say, but I'll be honest, if it weren't for the design talent here, we'd have shot Ion Storm like a redheaded stepchild.
What? Like a redheaded stepchild?
Yep.
Why? What?
Yeah. Shot Ion Storm like a redheaded stepchild.
That is a thing people say, right? That's like normal talk. That's like, I say words sometimes, and sometimes they include shooting people that have red hair that are also not really related to me, but I have like responsibility towards them. What the fuck?
Really bizarre quote. Really bizarre. I don't know, man. But regardless, that it gives you at least some idea of they were like, we've sunk so much money in any other circumstance we would.
Was he English? Is this some? Maybe this is some anti-Irish, anti-Scottish sentiments thing that you can just say, like you Americans think you have. Americans think you have like difficulties between each other, but man, we Europeans like just go one village further and we really hate each other for no reason.
It is the human condition at times to other people, I think, and we have to be good about keeping that in check. You know, I actually don't really know much about John Kavanaugh now that I'm thinking about this. But there, like the phrase like a redheaded stepchild, I always assumed, and I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, like a redheaded stepchild was like the stepchild that you cared about the least, like the child in your family you cared about the least. Like you treat them the worst. But shooting them was generally not part of that expression. Anyway, the whole point here is Chris Cly, okay, Romero's lead programmer at the time, he goes to Kavanaugh to complain about Todd. And he starts complaining about how Todd is just constantly meddling in Daikatana. And when Romero flies back to Dallas, he lays it all on the table. He tells Kavanaugh, I'm fucking leaving. If Todd's going to stay here, I'm fucking gone. I can't work with this guy. He's ruining everything. Kavanaugh tells Romero that they would have a meeting with the owners of Ion Storm and the owners of EDOS. He tells Romero, all you have to do is nod your head. They kept their plans a secret.
Oh, Romero, okay. He's not the best head nodder.
I think even Romero is getting to a breaking point.
I mean, he was able to shut up with the whole violence, hysteria thing, so maybe he's gotten better at head nodding.
Maybe. In June of 1999, Romero, Todd, Jerry, and Tom, the four owners, all fly to Los Angeles for a big meeting with EDOS. The official topic of the meeting was to discuss Eidos buying out the majority of the company in return for forgiving $50 million in Ion Storm's debt. That's how much they've racked up at this point. Todd started to talk about the deal, but Charles Cornwall, the owner of Eidos, took a deep breath and said, "We're here because we're concerned about Ion Storm's leadership." Romero begins to speak. He says, "I'm trying to make a game, Tom is trying to make a game, and it's been nothing but problems. Either Todd goes or I go. There's always some kind of bullshit going on. Screwing up our E3 showing is just the latest." Kavanaugh pretended like he didn't know Romero's intentions and said, "That's bullshit, John. You are Ion Storm. There's no decision here." Romero tells everyone about the changes to the demo before it went out. Tom told the room that people within the company didn't like Todd and that he had been treating people poorly. Jerry said that he realized that Romero clearly wanted to take control over Daikatana, so he suggested that maybe they take Todd off the project and give him something else to do. Like, we can all make this work, like Todd could go do something else. Charles Cornwall looks over at Romero and says, "The only reason I invested in Ion Storm is because of John. I do not know who Todd Porter is, and I do not care."
Yeah, but true. Like the only reason they get that much money is because John Romero was a superstar in the video game scene.
Right.
And this seems like a no bullshit
and
meeting,
we talked about this in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
He was the draw. Yep. There's a couple of small differences in accounts here. Nothing crazy major. There's just a few little quibbles of how this all went down. But the ultimate thing is decided is that both Jerry and Todd are going to leave the company. Romero said, "With that, it was finished. I'd never felt so light in my life."
Just to reiterate, it might be that Todd was a problem, but this entire thing wasn't fucked up because of Todd. Like, this wasn't Todd's fault. It's not like Todd is gone and now everything's going to be all right. The entire thing was failing because John Romero was failing to be the leader of this company. And so this isn't going to get better. This is going to get worse and he's going to fail further. And I'm here to see this rich man waste all of his money because this makes no sense. He's just further gonna cost Eidos money, and they should have thrown him out long time ago.
So, I think you make a really solid point that Todd is to me a symptom of the problem. Rather than the problem himself. Now, did Todd cause a lot of friction and issues within the company in pushing it in? Like, I think the initial decision to give Todd so much discretion and so much power was a very bad one. This untested, untried guy who had really only worked on a couple of games that were total failures, who had run his own company into the ground. Like, why would you bring that guy on and give him power? But they were, I don't want to say this, like, they just felt kind of drunk on the fervor of like starting a new company. And it really goes to show how much you have to think about who you bring on and who you give power over the kind of projects you want to do. But okay, now Romero and Tom, they say they feel like this is going to be this new beginning for them. Maybe they could make some really great games. They could save the company. As it turns out, design is law hadn't really accounted for whether or not designers could actually manage their projects. They're kind of realizing this. They get back from LA. They tell the team that Todd and Jerry are out. It makes things even worse in the media. Recruiters see that the company is circling the drain and they start poaching people from Ion Storm. With some of the departures, Sean Green got bumped up to be lead programmer on Daikatana, which meant that now he was the fifth person to hold the role. As the team moved into the fall, crunch mode had hit harder than ever. Even though Romero had made a point of telling everyone at id that the days of the death schedule were over, his team now started working on their days off too. People are sleeping at the office. There was one guy who over a 90-day period stayed in the office for 85 of them. He just never left. Staff turnover throughout development, as you might imagine, was pretty bad. Dallas, Texas didn't have some massive reserve of programming talent at the time. There weren't just like, you lose a talented developer, you're not just going to be able to go walk down the street and point to another talented developer. You had to sort of bring people in. And so John really struggled to find people who were competent enough to replace those who had left. He would occasionally have to pay for people to come in from other companies on loan, and then he would have to pay higher premiums to fly people in and do the work. Romero said from an interview around the time, quote, "People were just breaking because they were inexperienced. They hadn't made games before," end quote. He also said, "A lot of people don't know what it takes to make a great game, and we got rid of those people. The people who remain are hardcore."
I would like to say things, but it's like, he started with this argument at the end of his id Software career, that he was saying all of these people have never gone through an entire development cycle. They do not know what it is. Only the ones that remain know what's true. But this is all the same mantras that he keeps repeating, that all reference this time of his life that he's not in anymore. The time of his life where he did not have as many responsibilities towards other things, where he could lead a group, but he doesn't anymore, and now he's just pretending it's everybody's fault but his own.
He definitely did a lot of deflection.
And he has not brought out a game in 4 years.
Oh, yeah. You remember when he told Carmack, can you imagine if id Software didn't release a game in 2 years? That'd be insane. And here he's blown far past that.
Yes.
No matter how hardcore his remaining staff were, the turnover started to have a negative effect on the game, even down to the smaller details. Here's a quote from Matthew Cox, a senior artist on the game. "During a meeting, I explained to John that I was working on the endgame cinematics with Kaji. I pronounced it Cage. Romero giggled. Who? What? What are you working on? I said it again. Now everyone was laughing at me. Romero. Who? Say it again. Me. Cage? Romero. No, dude. It's pronounced Kaji. Me. Well, you better check the voiceover recordings because it's Cage." And suddenly Romero's face turned white. Half the audio in the game had his name pronounced wrong, and it was too late to fix.
So, there you go.
Yep.
Sometimes it's good to be nice to people. To figure out, like, these guys are such assholes and they deserve what's happening to them.
What's the darkest dungeon? What's the darkest dungeon quote? Let me think. "Triumphant pride often precipitates a dizzying fall."
Yes, absolutely.
In September, Eidos purchased 61% of the stake in Ion Storm, giving them majority control of the company. In return, they forgave all development costs at that point and bought out both Todd and Jerry for what are thought to be substantial amounts of money. Daikatana was still not done. They set a release date of December 17th, 1999. The worries that the game would even make it at that date continued. Though most of the game was finished, there were hundreds of bugs that needed to be fixed. Eidos scheduled a release party for that day. They were confident it would be done in time. Romero spent that fall putting himself into finishing the game as well. You should see Dox's face. He looks so concerned.
I'm so concerned.
Romero in that fall stopped doing interviews. He unplugged popular arcade cabinets in the office. There was a sign on one that said, "No more Tekken 3 until Daikatana ships."
He really has to channel his inner Carmack to get that game done.
Maybe these guys could learn something from each other.
Maybe they were a good team. I really have to stop myself from rooting for this guy because, like, you always have the feeling of like, yeah, these are the underdogs. No, they are not. They are not the underdogs.
Not
I
anymore.
am not rooting for them. I will watch this fail and I will enjoy it.
It's definitely burning.
Yes.
Because, as you might have expected, again, the Daikatana release date came and went, but Eidos had already paid for a launch party at the company, so they held a not launch party at the company and spent the money because it had already been spent, basically. Okay, let's switch focus to our friends at id. How they doing? As the project wore on, Graham Devine ended up doing less producing and more programming. The bot issue was solved when they hired a mod maker in the Netherlands to do the work. The random levels that they had made were cobbled together into something half coherent. By November of 1999, some of the team went out on a promotional bus tour to hype the game. But during the tour, they found out that Epic had released Unreal Tournament a week before they even did this tour, and their game wasn't even coming out until December. Was this purposeful on Epic's part? Probably, but there was nothing they could do about it.
Okay, maybe it was purposeful, but what kind of paranoia is this? Even if it was not purposeful, not every game developer... Okay, I can imagine how one big game developer looks at certain schedules of another to kind of outplay them, but I can also imagine that they just worked tirelessly and had a lot of discipline and could bring it out a week earlier than they thought, and all of a sudden they just release their game, and this sabotages id Software, but it's not about id Software. They were just too slow and too ineffective, and it's their own fault.
Well, here's the thing. Remember that id would get, like, in the previous episodes, id would come up with an idea, and it would be a novel idea, and then they would laser focus in with a, like, you know, they had their issues, but a relatively focused, killer, motivated team, and they'd knock it out of the park faster than anybody else could do it, and it would be a hit. But now that these things have started to become problems and fester, the speed is gone. The rapidity of releases is gone. And so people can catch you now, right? They've seen what you can do. They've seen how you do things. You are not top dog in the pack anymore.
And now they're doing this bus tour, and nobody's going to show up because everybody's in their basement playing Unreal Tournament.
On January 1st, 2000, Carmack married a woman named Anna Kang. A little backstory on her. They had met a few years previous when she contacted him about running an all-woman Quake tournament. He agreed, thinking that she would get like 25 people. She got 1,500 people to participate. They kept in touch over the years and had a long-distance relationship. He asked his team for permission, and she ended up joining id as Director of Business Development. I think I remember reading that, like, she was really into Ayn Rand, like, of Atlas Shrugged fame, and, like, Carmack was like, well, cool, I'll read these books and get really into that, too. But that's kind of what they bonded over.
Oh, cool. Fine. Bond over whatever you like.
Yeah.
I find it cute that he asks the team for permission if she... I mean, yeah, it makes sense. He's the boss and he could just bring her over, but he has, like, a personal bond, so he might be biased. So he makes the right decision to be like, okay, I can't make this decision, I have to ask the team. Good. That's smart. He's a good, he has these aspects about himself that surprise me, that kind of I think would make him like a good leader of a group. But then he just goes crazy.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, for he has issues with his style, but they're like, both of these guys at times still make good decisions. It's just that they're not making enough of them. In early 2000, Carmack made the decision that it was time for him to do what he always had wanted to do. He wanted to make persistent worlds. Fully online games were growing in popularity, including EverQuest and Ultima Online. And he decided to tell the team that he wanted the new direction for the company, that they should be making persistent online worlds. Quote, we should focus on doing a generalized infrastructure and doing a game as one element of this generalized infrastructure, which can have a lot of the 3D web environment that people are always thinking about and wishing about. We can do it now. And like, this is the idea that he has wanted his whole life. But the team is like, what? And they just had these blank stares. And Adrian said, but we're a game company. We make games. Carmack sided them because he realized that after everything, he couldn't be in on this idea alone. And what he needed was someone who would be excited for this idea and this technology. Someone who would think that this was the coolest fucking thing that planet Earth had ever seen. He needed a Romero.
Yes,
he needed someone who could understand.
Again, like someone who can see the vision, who understands how this is important. Yes.
The meeting ended without direction. Graham Devine came up with the idea for a game called Quest that was going to be a multiplayer role-playing game. Adrian and Kevin wanted something different as well. Graham proclaimed to the office, "No more rocket launchers." Everyone was on board at first. Carmack quickly felt like this game idea would become another quagmire of a project that would take years. He started wondering if maybe they should do another game in the Doom series. id was supervising another company that was making a Wolfenstein reboot, and it seemed like there was a lot of hype over that. So he decided that if he made Doom 3, he could bring in a bunch of the stuff he had for a next-gen graphics engine. Tim Willits and Paul Steed were both guys who had joined because of Doom, and they were very into this idea. He even called up Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails and asked if Nine Inch Nails would do the soundtrack for Doom 3, to which Trent agreed. Adrian, Kevin, and Graham pushed back. They wanted other things. Because remember here, like, how many times has Adrian said, like, I'm so sick of making shooters, right?
Yes.
And this is just what he's stuck with forever. It was decided that the team would work on an expansion for Quake 3 called Quake 3 Team Arena. It would add a bunch of things that Unreal Tournament had done, which was team play. Oh, also, I think I glossed over here, but Quake 3 had released, and released to fanfare. Like, it's out. But we're kind of getting to a gloss over sort of stage here. Okay, Quake 3 Team Arena would add a bunch of things that Unreal Tournament had done well, which was team play. But as they started working on the add-on, everything started to slow because people are starting to get nervous. Like, what is the direction of the company going to be? We're going to switch focus again. Daikatana released to the world on May 22nd, 2000. The game wasn't where they wanted it to be, but EDOS deemed that it was good enough to send out. Romero wrote a post the next day saying, "My God, it's finally finished." He told people that he hoped that they would enjoy the game outside of all of the criticisms and the hype, and he also told them that the game had not been developed to compete with Quake 3. It did not do well. It looked dated. The sidekick AI that had been hyped so hard was terrible. The first level was difficult and annoying. People would bounce off of it quickly. It had these like really annoying like mosquito enemies that were hard to hit, and people just couldn't progress past them. And even with all this extra time, it was still filled with bugs.
I once read this good essay about how in video games there's like this important balance in the first few levels where the player cannot fail. If the player fails in the first few levels, they will stop playing the game and you will lose their focus because they will stop understanding what they have to do. So you kind of have to make the game, introduce the challenges of the game, that you have to do it in a way that make it highly unlikely for the player to fail. And I think one of the examples was like, if you ever played Alien Isolation, the first level of Alien Isolation, the beginning where you go onto the station, is really scary. But if you actually like try to die, it can be difficult because the game really tries to make you get through those first few parts so you understand the mechanics, but you don't just get killed, especially, I think, during the first few parts where you meet the alien. And I find this interesting. So this is like a good example of like, if you make a game where the first few levels frustrate you, you will basically not sell a lot of games because people will stop playing and then not talk about it.
You know what that reminds me of is when we spoke to Lewis Castle, he talked a lot about game design. And one of the things I think about sometimes is that he was talking about how in gameplay, even if you have increasing difficulty, you know, maybe you do have that sort of ramp up of the game gets harder and harder and harder, right? But you need to at least take even breaks to make the character feel powerful, like to make the player feel powerful, to sort of like rest on their victories. I think about that a lot when I'm playing games these days, because I think about like how good it is to get like an upgrade and then really feel like you're crushing it or something like that. But I think that also goes to, you need to make the player feel at least lightly powerful enough to get through the beginning of the game, because you'll lose a lot of people otherwise. I mean, unless you're making like a fucking Dark Souls kind of game where the whole game exists just to fuck with you. But, you know, I think for the mass consumption of games, there has to be a good flow between making you feel challenged, but also making you feel cool.
That is also part of design that is really difficult and subtle, because you don't draw it or build it or have it in front of you, because it's just a feeling. Yeah.
Okay, to sales. So remember, this came out in May. It had only sold 8,190 copies by the middle of July. It's not good. There had been reports that Daikatana had needed to sell 2.5 million copies to be profitable, so nowhere near that. Romero swore up and down to the press that the game had broken even, but by almost every single account, it was a complete commercial failure. It got absolutely awful reviews. Entertainment Weekly called it a disaster of Waterworldian proportions.
I know Waterworld. I like Waterworld. I know people use Waterworld as like a reference for something bad, but I don't understand. Waterworld is a good movie. Leave Waterworld alone. Let people have Waterworld fun. I'm good with Waterworld. It's water and a world, and there's some guy, and he's like fish things. He's cool. Daikatana sucked, but Waterworld was okay. Dude, like, I enjoyed this movie. Let me have this. Don't randomly make me mad about this. What's bad about World, man? Just go swimming. It's okay. Like, imagine you have a hot day and you're like, man, I really need like to cool down. Then there's like Waterworld on the TV. And you're like, oh, cool. I'm going to watch this movie. And he goes into the water and it looks really fresh. And isn't there Jack Black in Waterworld? Everybody likes Jack Black. Yeah,
he's in it.
Don't shit on
like
Waterworld.
a little bit.
It's not the Waterworld of games. It's the Daikatana of games.
Take it up with Entertainment Weekly 25 years ago.
I will. I will invent time travel. Just
Call him up.
Complain about it.
You should track down the person who wrote that article and send them a sternly written email.
Waterworld, man. Watch it. It's good.
I've seen Waterworld, but I was much younger and I don't really have a strong opinion on Waterworld. You know, okay, let's
get Waterworld t-shirts.
Let's do a quick Waterworld thing. Okay. Listen, maybe it is time for us to finally get Waterworld t-shirts. We've been talking about it for a long, long time.
There should be Waterworld games.
Can we talk about a plot hole in Waterworld that never made any fucking sense? Okay, so I'm going to take you back in time. It's 20 years ago, and I am working at a catering business with a guy I know from high school who's a huge movie buff, okay? And he's talking about Waterworld, and we're talking about how we had both seen it. And he turns to me and he goes, you know that part right at the beginning of the movie where the main character stands over top of that like device that he pisses into and it removes all of like the toxins out of it, and then he like pulls it out and it like has like basically refreshed it into water at that exact minute, and then he drinks it? He's like, yeah, if he has a device that can remove piss from water with like a couple of cranks, why wouldn't he just put it in the salt water? Why does he need to drink his own piss? Just use it on the salt water, man. You're fucking surrounded by it. People. And I'm sure Gil Guy is really into recycling his own piss.
That's the reason why he lives on his ship.
Things get a little weird out there on the raft. Yes, yeah.
Gil Guy is a good name for him.
Anyway, I'm sure that some fucking Waterworld fucking expert is going to email us and say, fuck you. You don't know the deep Waterworld lore about why he has to drink his own piss, okay? And the truth is, I don't care. But Daikatana, reviews, Waterworldian proportions. PC Gamer said it, quote, signals nothing more remarkable than the end of an era in fandom. PC Zone said, Romero's reputation is based on the fact that he is the daddy of game design. Daikatana must be his illegitimate child. Computer Gaming World called it the worst game of the year in 2000. And in the years following its release, the game is often spoken as one of the worst games of all time. Now,
let's look at a list of games that released
First
in the year 2000, just to get a good comparison. Diablo 2 released in the year 2000. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. The Sims released in the year 2000. Baldur's Gate 2, which was a great game. Absolutely. The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Final Fantasy IX released. Counter-Strike came out in 2000. Deus Ex came out. Yeah, they had no chance. 2000 was a great year. Paper Mario, Spyro came out. Yeah, I'm not going to keep going, but yeah, really bad year to release a mediocre game.
Absolutely. Yep. Now, so I have some pictures here, some screenshots. When I look at this, it looks fine. It looks fine for that time period. But you can tell, it's a step up from Quake, right? It's a step up from Quake, but it's not blowing me away here, you know? It doesn't have the same pizzazz that some of that Quake had to me.
I don't know if you understand what that means, but the design is not how's it called if you can read the design badly, if something is drawn and it's difficult to see what you look at, because the contrast isn't well, or the patterns don't fit well together. There's a lot of this going on, where I don't feel like the readability of the entire look of it doesn't seem great. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree that it doesn't read well in some spots. Look, do I think it is one of the worst games of all time? No, I don't think it's one of the worst games of all time. I think that the glorious heights that Romero was flying around in, and the absolute bombastic nature of everything back to the we're gonna make the fucking greatest game company ever and fucking show everybody, and there are no excuses tour, and John Romero's gonna make you his bitch and all this stuff. When you set a bar that high, you will never be able to attain it. And so for them to put out a game that just kind of sucked at the time, I've read, I'll tell you, this is getting a little bit ahead, but I've read some retrospective articles that are Daikatana is not that bad of a game, truly, but it was terribly filled with bugs. It was hard to play, and, performance wasn't that great. It just struggled. And so had this come out in different circumstances, I think maybe we would be having a different conversation, but looked back as a legendary failure in the industry.
And if we just look at financial success, to be a financial success, it would have had to be a masterpiece. And that was never going to be the case.
Absolutely. No way. No, not at all. Not with the particulars of how this all went down. Okay. Back at id, Carmack felt that he was likely going to have to make this game Quest that he didn't want to make. So he decided he was going to figure out how to get his way. He walked into Paul Steed's office and said, Trent Reznor wants to do sounds for Doom. And Paul said, we're not doing Doom, we're doing Quest. And Carmack said, well, I decided I want to do Doom. Are you on board? And Paul screamed, fuck yeah. Then quickly they got Tim Willits on board. Then the next day, Carmack walks in and says to Kevin and Adrian, I want to do Doom. Paul wants to do Doom. Tim wants to do Doom. If we don't do Doom, I'm leaving. And then he just walked out. Adrian and Kevin are like, wow, what the fuck? But what were they going to do? Fire John Carmack? They couldn't.
I think John Carmack needs to leave and needs to be on his, develop on his own for some time to get a base appreciation for other people, especially for Donna, because we never talked about Donna, but I imagine how much shit she has to handle from this man would actually, I bet they pay her poorly. Oh man. So,
you think?
I mean, this is just guessing, but he seems to be a bit of a sexist, so I'm not just a little.
I'm trying to think. I would say, if I was going to say who said the most sexist shit at this time, it was probably Romero by a wide margin.
But also, like, Comic couldn't imagine that women play his games. Probably because he's not I don't know. He just has an antiquated view of it.
Oh, you're talking about the Quake thing. You have the Quake thing where he was like, "Oh, you're not going to get anybody for this," and then a whole shit ton of women showed up. Yeah. I would say that was actually really the whole girls don't play games was very predominant in gaming culture for a long time.
Exist on the internet.
I would say that's really not that.
Yeah,
they still don't.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I'm just imagining that Donna's getting paid bad and she has to handle a lot of shit this guy is bringing into her office.
I have to say, I'm really proud that throughout all of this, you always think of Donna. Yeah. You know, like we're always keeping an eye out for Donna.
Like just a general life day. If you ever start a job somewhere, be nice to the people that take care of the basics. Like these people make everything run, and if they appreciate you, things will become much easier. So even as a psychopath, it makes sense to be nice to the people that take care of the basics.
My mother, I deeply agree with you because my mother was a receptionist at various places for couple of decades till she moved into a much better position. And you know, you have to be the face, you have to put up with everybody's garbage, you have to be the person when someone walks through the door with some crazy thing that you have to know where to direct them, you have to answer every phone. It's almost a thankless job, you know, and if you do it poorly it gets noticed. If you do it well, it sometimes doesn't. And you're right, pay is usually not great. Now I can't speak for what they were paying Dawn at this time because it wouldn't usually release financials on like what each person was making. I only know some of the stuff because in Romero's book, he talked about like changes to their pay structure at times, but I don't know what any of them were making at this exact minute.
Did Donna ever do interviews or things like that? Or is she only ever mentioned peripherally?
She has done some light interviews talking about like her legacy at the company, but she mostly stays out of the limelight.
Okay.
We'll talk about her though at the end. Now, I couldn't find much on this, but this Doom 3 push, because Paul Steed was part of Carmack's plan to force Doom 3 on everyone, Kevin and Adrian decided that they wanted to fire Paul. They were done with him. Carmack was opposed to this. He liked Paul, but he was outvoted by the other owners. They fired Paul. Carmack released a plan file the next day and told the world that they would be making a single-player Doom experience and his opinions regarding the firing of Paul Steed. Carmack admitted that Steed had done some things that warranted the firing, because remember, Paul had been drumming up all this shit with Romero and many issues. So he's like, it's warranted, but he felt that it was retaliatory because he wanted to make Doom and the other people didn't.
Yes.
Now, with all this real bummer vibes going on at both companies, I should say that things were not all bad for Ion Storm because, as you already mentioned, on June 23rd, 2000, here are pictures, Ion Storm, Austin's game released, Deus Ex. It got great reviews. It won several Game of the Year awards. By the end of the year, it had sold 138,000 copies and had made $5 million just that year. It did even better in Europe, but I don't have financials on that.
Deus Ex is special because it's not like simply a first-person shooter, because it kind of it starts to build further on this idea of having several approaches to problems by basically giving you such a vast array of tools that you can solve missions in various different ways, which even goes much further in the sequel, which I really like. And yeah, it's a cool game.
Yeah. I will profess that I've never played more than just like the opener. I think it was a friend of mine from back in the day. He was really into sort of some of these games. He's the one who introduced me to the orange box, but he really liked Deus Ex, and he kept trying to get me into it. And I don't know why, but at that exact moment, I bounced off of it. Like I was like, he's like, "Oh, check out this cool game," and I was like, "Oh yeah, okay." But like, it was not until years later that I really ever like looked into it and dug around, and boy, it is well regarded.
Yes, and it is kind of niche by now. Like people know the name, but I rarely know people that are really into it. So yeah.
Well, they haven't put out anything for it in a long time. So how do you stay relevant unless you're one of the true greats? Yeah. Now I should say, I won't profess to know, the exact financials of Ion Storm, how much Eidos spent, all that stuff. But Romero claims that Deus Ex was such a success for Eidos that they made back their full investment into Ion Storm with just sales from Deus Ex alone. I should note, I do not have these financials. I am incredibly skeptical of this claim.
He has,
but that's what he says.
He must have lied about financials before, so it's...
Well, I'm just like, it's much easier to say, oh yes, Daikatana was a failure, terribly, legendary failure in the industry, but this team I brought in that made this highly successful game, they killed it so good that it made up for my failure. I think that's like, to me, whether or not this is actually true, it's a lot of hand-waving to deflect from this colossal failure. So,
that's good reason to not trust this claim. Yep, I get it. Yep.
After Daikatana, Romero was looking to do another game. And he starts working on another FPS, which was just being called Game X at the time. And they decided that they were going to make it using the Unreal Engine. But he ended up having to turn his attention toward Tom. Tom was trying to finish his game, Anachronox. His team, like Romero's, had lost a lot of people, and the game was massive in scale. I read that at one point the scale for Anachronox had to be cut in half because they couldn't fit everything in. So Eidos is like, yeah, you want to make another game, great, but what you're going to do first is you're going to take your team and merge with Tom's and get Anachronox out the door. In December of 2000, the expansion pack to Quake 3 dropped, and it did not do well commercially. Many of the things that the expansion pack brought to the table already existed as free mods, and the community seemed to overall think that these changes took too long, and that their attempt to bring an answer to the gaming industry that would challenge Unreal Tournament, that attempt was not great. In May of 2001, Anachronox was finished. Here's Anachronox. So Anachronox is like a role-playing game, and this is Tom's baby. He loved this game. Totally different, totally outside the usual fare of what we've seen these guys put out. But so this comes out,
screenshots look really cool.
It does look cool. I'm like, I would play this game, but I also am a real sucker for turn-based RPGs.
Yeah, me too.
So, okay, Anachronox comes out. It's May 2001, and around that time, word started going around the office that Eidos was going to cut a bunch of Ion Storm employees once the game shipped. Romero walked into the CFO's office and looked at the list of names. The rumors were true. It was everyone in the Dallas office, including John Romero and Tom Hall. War Inspector's team in Austin would be staying. Romero went back to his office and called Stevie. He told her, "That's it. It's done." He said at this time the loss really stirred his emotions. His dream hadn't worked out. He called Tom and they started again talking about a new company. This time maybe Stevie could come along. Romero negotiated with Eidos to give the company a month after Anachronox released to give people time to find new jobs. So they're like, hey, if you're going to cut us all, it would be really kind if you would pay everybody for a month. We'll do whatever work is needed. Just give us a month so that they can find a place to land. And Eidos surprisingly gave it to them. They were very generous in this regard. I'll read you the passage from Romero's book about their last day. July 31st, 2001 was our last day at Ion Storm. Tom and I rolled our carts of our stuff from the office into the parking lot and loaded up the trunks of our cars. "See you tomorrow?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "I'll see you then." And that, to me, Docs, is the end of an era. Both Romero and Carmack go on to do a bunch of stuff, but I think that we have hit the point in this very, very, very long story where we can gloss over the rest. You also don't need to see one slide that just says the epilogue, so
The epilogue.
I can close that. Yep.
What a long journey. And in this moment, and this will make somebody happy, because Crypt Shadow, just like a minute ago, posted an article from a few days ago that John Romero's next first-person shooter has lost funding in the wake of the Microsoft cuts. So,
oh no! Oh, well, I'm not used to recording while literally being fed news articles about the thing I'm about to tell you about. Holy shit!
Yes.
Okay, well, before I move on, I want to see this.
Yes, Romero Games has announced that its next unannounced project has lost funding, with a new, now ex-Romero Games employee claiming it was due to this week's Microsoft cuts. Okay.
No shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
And
okay.
This was like today.
What are the chances? Oh my god. Okay. Well, all right. Well, we'll get to that. You've knocked me off my flow. Hilarious.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Okay. Let's do our lengthy wrap up, and then we'll talk about that. So, I want to do a broad wrap up on everything. Like,
yes.
What an absolute insane legacy. If there's anything in here you want to toss in, by all means, but these people were all at the right place at the right time to make incredible stuff. And I think about stuff that they did that's still around, giving away a part of your game for free so that people will buy it, encouraging people to make mods, giving out your code so that people could learn, licensing engines, online play against other people as core part of the games, encouragement of the online gaming scene, the birth of the first-person shooter genre, the PC being a viable gaming platform. They started a developer renaissance in Texas that continues to this day. It is, to me, so hard to even quantify how much it did for the gaming industry by just all of this stuff, including licensing out engines, right? And you know, id really benefited monetarily from those deals, but when you can buy an engine and not have to make your own engine, companies could make games when they wouldn't be able to otherwise. Would we have Half-Life if they hadn't done this?
Yeah, no.
I'm not sure.
Not the way it is. Oh.
So, let's talk about what happened to everybody. id Software still exists, though they were purchased by ZeniMax Media in 2009, and then ZeniMax was purchased by Microsoft in 2021, so id continues to this day as a part of Microsoft. John Romero, he wrote a retrospective in his book where he takes credit for the issues at Ion Storm and the company's downfall, and he stresses that his management style of avoiding difficult issues was very much the impetus for everything that went down. In Romero's life, he, Tom, and Stevie created a company called Monkey Stone Games, and they created around 15 mobile games during that company's existence. Romero and Stevie broke up under very bad and very messy terms. You can go and read about them if you feel like it. She left the company. Romero left in 2003 to work at the company Midway. He worked there until 2005 when he announced he was leaving for a new studio. He and Tom helped to establish a studio called Gazillion Entertainment. He got married to a woman from Romania in 2004. That relationship lasted until 2011. He and Tom went to work at a company called LOL Apps, LOLAPPS, for a time. And then, do you remember, all the way back in the first episode, I mentioned that John Romero ran into a woman named Brenda Garno, and that she was this developer, and she had come in and they had really hit it off because they were two sort of they had similar getting into the industry in the same way, and then he kept in touch with her for a long time.
Is she called Brenda Romero now?
She is.
Yeah,
yes.
because she's mentioned in the article that I just read to you. She
yes,
shows up. She's
that's
still
her.
They are still together.
Yep. She and Romero, by now, at this time, she's an accomplished game developer. She and Romero end up making a social network game on Facebook called Ravenwood Fair. And then that was like popular for a while. From that, Brenda, Romero, and Tom founded another company called Loot Drop in 2010, which then hit financial troubles and in 2012 ended up closing. There's just like a smattering of things they do. In 2012, Romero married Brenda, and then they chose Tom Hall to be the one to marry them.
Hey, why not? They've been friends forever.
Why not? Mm-hmm. After some consulting work for a while, Brenda and Romero founded a game company, Romero Games. Romero Games still exists. They have put out 4 games so far. Romero lives in Ireland and has Irish citizenship, and he lives a few blocks away from his daughter. He occasionally puts out new Doom levels and packs over the years that people have truly seemed to have enjoyed. And in 2023, as I mentioned, he put out a memoir called Doom Guy, Life in First Person, which I consulted heavily when putting this series together. Romero has been given many awards throughout his life.
Does he live in Ireland because of his daughter, or does he live in Ireland because Ireland is really lax about taxes for IT companies?
That's a great question that you ask.
Yes, because Ireland is kind of
idea.
famous for that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why he lives there and wanted to start.
I'm glad for him
there,
that
but
he can live close to his daughter. I hope they have a good relationship.
Me too. Romero's been given many awards throughout his life. 2023 was the year that Romero was given the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Game Developers Conference. And he has been working on an FPS for the first time in many years. It seems highly anticipated. But as you mentioned, literally today as we're recording this, news has come out that he has lost funding for that. So I have no idea what the current status of that is going to be.
We will see. Maybe he will find new funding.
We'll see. I would say broadly, when I see interviews with Romero, stuff he does now, he seems like he's really chilled out, if I'm going to be honest. He streams on Twitch each week. I was actually hanging out in his stream recently as he was playing the new Doom game, and I was mentioning in that chat that I really enjoyed his book, and it might be his daughter who does some of this community management stuff for him. I'm not quite sure if that's the same person, but a woman messaged back and said, like, that's great, I will pass this along to him. So John, if you're hearing this, I loved your book. Super useful. Really appreciate it.
It seems like it was a good resource.
It was. Now, I have mentioned to you previously that I think that he glosses over some of the bad parts of things that happen, but also I think some things in it people didn't want him to talk about, which I get. Here's a quote from him. "In the years that followed, I have remained a supporter of id Software and its products, and become a part of the community itself, creating mods for Doom and Doom 2, one of which id licensed for inclusion in its releases of Doom. Sigil was the unofficial 5th episode for Doom, released in 2019. I am still friends with my fellow co-founders, Carmack, Tom, Kevin, Jay, and Adrian. Our games will carry on."
How old is he now?
He's in his 50s, I think.
Yeah,
he's 55?
Something like that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly.
He still looks the same. He has one of these young guy faces. Born in 67.
The hair helps.
So
as someone who is aging with long hair helps.
He's 60.
He's 60. Oh, wow.
60 or 50, 58 or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wasn't far off. I thought mid-50s.
Yeah.
John Carmack, in his personal life, he and his wife Anna Kang had 2 children. They were together for a little over 20 years, but divorced in 2021. Carmack got really into rockets for a while, and in 2000 created a startup called Armadillo Aerospace, which had a goal of trying to create rockets for space tourism. That venture lasted until around 2013. 2013 is also when he finally decided to leave id Software to go work with Oculus as their chief technology officer. He claimed that id's parent company ZeniMax did not want to support the Oculus, and then he got into a bit of a legal dispute with ZeniMax because he claimed that they didn't pay him what he was owed from their purchase of id. They ended up settling out of court. In December of 2022, he left Oculus to focus on a new artificial intelligence startup that he was going to run called Keen Technologies. Bit on the nose there. Here's a quote from him during an interview that he and Romero did for the 30th anniversary of Doom. I've said before that I'm not a very sentimental person, that I don't spend a lot of time reminiscing about the good old days, but they were really quite good, and I'm very proud of the things that we built back then, and that they have this legacy that has lasted to this day. Tom Hall. As you can tell from my wrap-up, Tom and Romero have been making games for a while still. Aside from what I mentioned earlier, he worked for a few companies, notable ones being Play First Studio, where he was at from 2014 to 2020 as their senior creative director. He worked at Resolution Games for 3 years doing work, making a game for the Oculus. He left in 2023. He is now a design lead at, where else? Romero Games. So all these years later, Tom and Romero still making games together. Adrian, everyone's favorite eternal intern, Adrian.
Is he still an intern?
No. Some have said that Adrian was truly like a really important part of making Doom what it was, and that often he is spoken of as a very unsung hero of this team. Almost all of the demons in early Doom came from him, as well as the gory art style that I think is an important part of his legacy on the industry. Adrian stayed at id until after the release of Doom 3. In 2005, he told the press that he felt like he had done all that he could do with gaming and that he wanted to pursue art. But there were conflicting stories because I guess he had gotten into a lawsuit with id later, saying that he had been effectively fired by the company because they wanted him to sell his stock back to the company at an undervalued rate. He, for the most part, left the industry, bought a resort in Ireland, so he's hanging out with Romero. In 2016, he and Romero decided to put together a Kickstarter for a game called Black Room, but they didn't make the funding that they needed to do it. Aside from that, I gotta tell you, Adrian's kind of off the grid. He's hard to find stuff on. From what I can tell, he is just making art, living his life, hanging out in Ireland. I think he bought like a resort that he manages. But he and Romero meet up from time to time and still hang out. He's just not making games anymore.
This is so cool.
It is cool. I'm happy for him. You know, I think the guy was tired of making shooters, and so now he can just hang out and make art. Perfect. You know, good for him. Kevin is still at id Software. Kevin Cloud. He's still there. He's one of the few. He was an artist and co-owner of id until they merged with ZeniMax, and now he is their senior producer. He still works on Doom games. He still does interviews from time to time. Kevin's still there, chugging along, making Doom. Sandy Peterson left to work at Ensemble Studios. He worked on several Age of Empire games. Sandy was the executive producer on a film based on H.P. Lovecraft's work called The Whisperer in the Darkness. He founded Peterson Games in 2013 and ran a successful Kickstarter to create the board game Cthulhu Wars and several expansions. I own Cthulhu Wars. I've played it, so thanks, Sandy. He still sells a lot of board game related stuff on his site. Most of it's Cthulhu related. He makes a lot of YouTube videos talking about his old game studio days. He is also the grandfather to 15 grandchildren.
Awesome.
Yeah.
He must be so proud.
I would think so. American McGee, after leaving id, joined Electronic Arts and became the director on a game series called American McGee's Alice. Have you played Alice?
I don't think so.
It's kind of like a horror style game where you're playing as Alice from like Alice in Wonderland games, because it's like public domain. You can do what you want with it.
Oh, is it where everything, but it's very dark and
it's very dark.
Oh, I've seen like videos of that.
Yep,
and
I played the first one.
Like, it has like a big fandom of people that really enjoy it and talk about it a lot, and like this interpretation of the Alice in Wonderland stories.
Yep. So he worked on that. He made a follow-up at one point. In the late 2000s, he moved to China and started up a gaming company called Spicy Horse. At one time, it was the largest independent video game developer in China, and through that, he created Alice Returns. Spicy Horse folded in 2016, and he moved his focus to work on like Patreon projects. He had a brief foray into NFTs that didn't work out, because I guess pretty much every NFT didn't work out.
Like, if you look at enough developers at the same time, some of them must have fallen for the NFT thing. So it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We forgive you.
He tried to return to the Alice series in 2023 after a successful Kickstarter and a pitch to EA, but EA eventually ended up turning him down. And I think he has mostly given up on making games. From what I can tell, his main focus these days is a plushie company he runs called Plushie Dreadfuls that are plushies with a horror theme but cute. Carmack said in a post that, and don't take this as fact, but Carmack in a post said that American a couple of years ago finally paid him off for like a longstanding debt that he had owed him, and that it was Carmack was happy to see that American was doing well, and that this is a bit of conjecture, but that apparently American is making more money selling plushies than he ever did making video games.
Cool. Good for him.
Yep. Michael Abrash, he continued to work at Microsoft. He got moved over to the Xbox team for a time. He worked a bit at Rad Game Tools for 8 years, and he was eventually convinced by Gabe Newell to join Valve. He stayed there for 3 years at Valve until he heard that Facebook announced that they were going to purchase Oculus VR, and he joined their company as a chief scientist and was working with John Carmack again. He is now the chief scientist at Meta's Reality Labs.
Oh, I see.
After Jay Wilbur left id, he had no intention of returning to the gaming industry. Quote, "I was just going to start up a barbecue shop in East Texas or a muffin stand or something." He took a year off. He and his wife bought a bunch of property in East Texas and spent months clearing the land. He had been in touch with, as you might have caught, in our narrative, he had been in touch with Tim Sweeney, who eventually convinced him to get back into the industry and join a little company called Epic Mega Games, which eventually became Epic. Jay spent many years putting together business deals with the Unreal Engine and became their vice president of business affairs. From what I can tell, he is still on the board at Epic, but he is in a state of semi-retirement and just generally seems pretty happy with where he's at in his life.
For such a long time, the Unreal Engine was basically the go-to engine for so many different games because it was apparently such a versatile engine. I speaking as a person that has only consumed games that used it, but
Sure.
Still, the Unreal Engine was something that you just encountered everywhere, all the time, constantly.
Yep.
It was a product in itself.
Yep, absolutely. And Jay was responsible for a lot of those major deals.
Yeah, I imagine.
Okay, John Cash. John Cash ended up leaving id in 2000, and then he took a job at a company called Blizzard Entertainment and would go on to become the lead programmer of World of Warcraft. He worked at Blizzard until January of 2024 and retired from the industry. If I'm not mistaken, don't take this as fact, but I'm pretty sure he has a son also named John Cash, who I think worked with him at Blizzard for a long time. I think maybe he also left as well. They both worked on World of Warcraft together, which I think is really cool.
Cool. Awesome.
Mark Rain, id's temporary president, left id to become a co-founder of Epic Games. He is currently still Epic's vice president and has been there for almost 35 years. From Romero's book, quote, "I'm happy to report that despite this, the problems it did, Mark has gone on to do great things at Epic Games, helping to turn it into an industry behemoth. In 2021, it was revealed that he was a billionaire, at least on paper." Sean Green. After Ion Storm folded, Sean was known for being pretty good at doing porting work. Sean left to join Gearbox Software, where he did a bunch of games, programming for a bunch of games, including Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. He did some work on Halo Combat Evolved. I think it was to do some porting work. In 2007, he left Gearbox to start his own studio with a friend called Escalation Studios. He left that company in 2012, and then it was eventually bought out and integrated into Bethesda. That company then became their Dallas studio, and that company that he sold off to them is the company that did a bunch of work on Starfield. Sean has mostly left the gaming industry since then. He lives in Japan and does freelance software engineering work.
Awesome.
Tim Willits stayed at id Software for 24 years. He is the only employee to go to every QuakeCon until he left the company. He left the company to join Saber Interactive, and he is now their chief creative officer. From what I can tell, the most recent game that he worked on for them was Space Marine 2. Whoa. Gotta tell ya, I fucking love Space Marine 2. It is great.
Like, for all the bad things that were said about possibly having come from Tim Willits, this is likely his redemption. Whatever it might have been. Okay, you can do whatever you want with your life. You've made Space Marine 2. I'm fine with that. You can kill 2 people and I'm okay with it.
They were heretics against the Imperium anyway.
That's fine. Yeah.
Innocence proves nothing. Dave Taylor, remember him? He left id in 1986. He started that company Crack.com. They released a platform shooter called Abuse. real on the nose name there. I'm gonna play Abuse.
This whole theme of their subconscious telling them how to name things. Like I was abused at this company and now I have to name something abused just to get it out of my system.
Yeah. Well, as you might imagine, the company Crack.com, because you've never heard of it, it folded in 1998.
Is it not a huge company? Is it not?
It's not.
I could have never imagined.
He's been doing work for, so that folded in 1998. He's been doing work for various companies. He had a long stint working on semiconductors, doing a bunch of work on VR tech. He currently works at a company called, if his LinkedIn is to be believed, Blue Vishnu, where he works on technology where you could theoretically scan yourself to create a 3D avatar. So that's what Dave's up to.
Cool.
Bobby Prince. Bobby doesn't have much of an internet presence because from what I can tell, he's getting older.
He must be a very old man.
My guess is that he's in his 70s. But in 1998, he did music for Axis and Allies. And in 2014, he did sound and music for the game Wrack, W-R-A-C-K. He still composes music and is in a band, though it seems like he has been out of the gaming industry for a long while. I know a few years ago he did an interview about his early days at Doom, but I haven't seen much from him because I think he's a bit removed from it at this point. I would love to talk to that guy someday.
Yeah. His birthday is not public knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere before 1966. So at least 60. Likely older.
Well, he went to the Vietnam War. He was old enough to be drafted into the Vietnam War, so I'm guessing 70s at this point.
So you must have been, like, for the Vietnam War, you must have been 16 in
18.
the late 60s? Oh, you could only be drafted at 18? Okay, good.
Yeah, you can only be drafted at 18. Mike Wilson. So, after leaving Ion Storm and creating Gathering of Developers and poaching a bunch of Ion Storm staff, they published a bunch of games, including Max Payne, Tropico, Serious Sam. But the company's co-founder unexpectedly died in 2001, and Mike went through a number of publishing roles until finally getting together with a bunch of creators of the Serious Sam franchise and founding a company that they would call Devolver Digital.
Whoa.
Oh,
Devolver
yeah.
is such a brand of high-quality games that I'm really happy to hear this.
This is all that Mike ever wanted to do, was start a game publishing company that was sort of his style, and is not Devolver Digital his style of the game company. It totally makes sense to me.
And it is one of the best game publishers, one of the most reliable game publishers.
I love them. I've never bought a game from Devolver Digital that I didn't at least half enjoy. Like, the quality is top notch. I think he's still there from what I can tell, but he also dabbled in some publishing companies where I think they were trying to make games that would be like for therapeutic purposes, but I'm not really sure how that all turned out. Paul Steed. After leaving id, he wrote several books on the 3D modeling techniques that he had helped to create. He was the creative director at Atari, and then he founded a game company clearinghouse company called Exigent. However, Paul unexpectedly passed away in 2012.
Oh no. Sorry, talking. You have to tell me before people die that before I talk shit about them. Like, Paul was mean to people, but that's like.
We can talk shit on people who have died.
Yes, okay, but maybe like he was a knowledgeable dude and he was probably nice and had was well intended. So I don't know. Say, Dax, you don't know if this man is dead, so please be kinder to him. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, you're right. Paul Steed probably had good intentions when he threatened people. So yeah.
I think we should judge people on their actions at the time, not whether or not they're dead. But
that is completely fair. Just let me feel bad for a second.
Okay, Docs, how dare you make fun of Paul Steed?
Okay, good, done.
Okay,
cheers to Paul Steed. He
cheers
seems
to Paul
like
Steed.
He did some good stuff after that one time he didn't. So I'm cool. With
yeah. I think he had a lot of bravado, and he was the one who wanted to engage with Romero the most.
And he sometimes also seemed like the reasonable guy.
Yeah, I mean, well, he had the thought to say that it was very clear to him that Romero and Carmack were like a check on each other, and that id Software was worse for having fired Romero, even though he had never worked with him.
Okay, now I feel better now that we've reiterated that. Thank you for giving me the time. Please continue.
You're welcome. Okay, so Stevie Case, as I mentioned, she worked with Romero and Tom until things fell apart pretty spectacularly there. I won't get into the particulars of what that was. If you want to go read about it, you can. She became a senior project manager for Warner Brothers, making mobile games, but then made the decision to slowly remove herself from the video games industry. She's been involved with a number of projects over the years, including a podcast called Stevie for the Win, like Stevie FTW, but she has mostly just held positions at executive level business roles for companies that don't have anything to do with gaming these days.
Okay.
Christian Devine is Romero's childhood friend who was there as a writer, okay?
Yes.
And when Ion Storm folded, he took writing jobs in a number of organizations, but his most prominent role was becoming the lead writer for Life is Strange. And Life is Strange 2. He wrote those games.
Shit, those are games known for incredible writing.
I agree. Since then, he's done writing for other companies, including, it looks like, Capcom. Where did Todd Porter end up? Todd has been in a slew of roles over the years, mostly just lots of executive level roles at different companies that want to make games. Too many companies to count. He has bounced around a lot. He is currently the head of a company called Cornbuilt, Cornbilt, Cornbuilt Games, that makes gaming and business apps. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Did he ever complete a game?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Jerry O'Flaherty left Ion Storm. He worked at a few gaming companies, including Westwood Studios, then Epic Games, and at Epic Games, he worked on the art for Gears of War.
Also very important.
He also added into some of their stuff in their Unreal games. Not their Unreal Engine, the Unreal Games. He was the art director for Riot Games for 8 years, and he is now, from what I can tell, doing freelance work. Warren Spector. Warren stayed at Ion Storm until the Austin studio eventually closed in 2004, and then he created his own game company called Junction Point Studios. At some point during that time, Warren and his studio worked on an episode in the Half-Life series that was never released. Quote, "We wanted to tell the story of how Ravenholm became what it was in the Half-Life universe. That seemed like an underdeveloped story that fans would really enjoy." End quote.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think I heard of this project because I was huge into Half-Life 2 and I read up a lot of stuff and I heard of this project that they wanted to make this kind of episode of how it got invaded by the Combine.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But it never got made. For whatever reason, we're not really sure, Valve canceled that project. Then Junction Point Studios was purchased by Disney, and then they made a game called Epic Mickey and its sequel. I don't know if you remember those games. I knew a couple of people who were really into them, but they weren't my speed. Disney closed the studio in 2013. Warren left to work at the University of Texas for a while as a program director. In 2016, he co-founded Other Side Entertainment with Paul Neurath, who's come up a bunch in this, where they created Underworld Ascendant, a spiritual successor to the Ultima games. They are currently developing a new IP called Argos Riders on the Storm. Warren says about John Romero, quote, I owe John a huge debt. I'll never be able to repay it, but I hope our friendship and mutual respect is enough. Scott Miller. While Scott appears to have had a hand in helping Mike Wilson start up Gathering of Developers, Scott has also remained at Apogee in its many forms this entire time. The company ceased operations for a while and had some restructuring, but was eventually rebranded as Apogee Entertainment. From what I can tell, he is still there, and they still publish games. It's interesting because there's a streamer that I watched a couple of times who knows Quad Laser. Quad Laser is the guy who made the music for our stream, or I'm sorry, our podcast. And Quad used to raid this guy from time to time, and I was looking up stuff about Apogee, and that streamer, his name is Jared, that guy is making games through Apogee right now. It was like a weird circumstance that I was like, how did I end up here? Okay. Todd Hollinshead, if you remember, he got hired on to do some business stuff for them to sort of replace Jay. Todd was id's CEO until 2009, at which point he took over as id's new president until 2013. He left at that point and worked in the industry for a while. He is now head of publishing at Saber Interactive with Tim Willits. Graham Devine stayed on at id until 2003 and has worked at several different companies since then, including Microsoft and Apple. He is currently the CEO of GRL Games and the Chief Technical Officer at QXR Studios. I'm going to be honest, I don't know either of those places. And last but not least on our list of people, Donna. id Mom.
Yes.
Donna still works at id Software. She's still there. She gets interviewed occasionally from time to time. They love her. They throw her parties on her work anniversaries. She is still beloved at id Software.
She's the only remaining member of id Software.
Kevin's still there. Kevin's still there.
Kevin, of course. Yes.
Yes. Just Kevin and Donna. But Donna's still there. You can go look at pictures of her sitting in the front desk, surrounded by all the various pieces of swag of their games over the years.
Amazing.
Really
wow,
happy
Donna,
for Donna.
Good for you.
Yep.
Consistency.
Mm-hmm.
And being the best in the team.
Yep,
MVP.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've talked about the people. Let's do a brief skim over the games, where you can play them, what happened with them. Many of the old id games are available in various forms. Some of them you can go online and play for free. Google it. You can find a lot of their early games around. You can go play them in emulators. Easy peasy. Okay, Catacomb. There were 3 more games of the Catacomb series called the Catacomb Adventure series. All of them were published by Softdisk without the input of id Software. You can purchase all of the Catacomb games on GOG if you ever want to play them. Commander Keen is the game that really kicked off id Software, had quite a following for a time. Its legacy lives on in many ways. In 2019, the standard galactic alphabet that Tom created was added to Unicode. It even shows up in Minecraft as the script and symbols that are used on the enchanting table in that game. Also, a goofy little throwaway character in Keen that they made called the Dope Fish has shown up in, I believe, just about every one of id's games over the years, and it is often accompanied with the phrase, "The Dope Fish lives." Wolfenstein. The creator of the original Wolfenstein, Stylus Warner, died in 2004, but he lived long enough to see how id's take on his work would go on to popularize the first-person shooter genre. There have been a bunch of games in the Wolfenstein series over the years. It's had a reboot. After id Software was purchased by ZeniMax, newer titles in the series have been predominantly created by Machine Games and published by Bethesda. You can find all of these games pretty easily if you want to play them. All of the newer ones are on Steam. Doom. What can I say about Doom that has not already been said? In the lists of best video games ever or most influential games ever, Doom is always on that list, and for many it is at the top. As one of the best-selling game series of all time, it has sold millions of copies. So many people have played it that it is hard to estimate. As you mentioned earlier, it has become a thing to port Doom to any tech imaginable, including calculators, touch screens on refrigerators. Someone even modified a pregnancy test to be able to play Doom. There have been tons of games and spin-offs over the years. The Doom series is still going. Doom: The Dark Ages just came out this year, and it is apparently a shit ton of fun to play. Romero on Doom. There are several reasons why Doom is endured, the chief among them being, 1, the game is really fun to play. 2, it was made to be modded, and the community has been doing that since its release. And 3, the release of the source code made it easy for coders to get it running on pretty much any kind of hardware. Quake. If Wolfenstein was the impetus for the FPS genre to take off, Doom took that a step further in popularizing computer games, then Quake can be thought of as the game that really made the FPS into what we see today. 3D levels, fast gameplay, easy online access. All of this is not just game-changing, but it pushed customers toward the usage of graphics cards. The release of the game engine is also of thought, as we mentioned, to have popularized the creation of machinima films. They were quite popular at the time. Quake had a few sequels. As we talked about, they all seem to be relatively accessible if you want to give them a go. Like other id games, Quake won a ton of awards, and it was most recently inducted into the World Video Game Hall of Fame in May of 2025.
What is always fun, I think, and I haven't done it in far too long, is to get together with a few friends and to play Quake via LAN. Because that is how it is supposed to, no, it's not how it's supposed to be done, but it's a very original feeling. And it's a fun way to play the game. Just to sit in one room all scrambled with your computers around the table, and now with smaller machines that we have today, it's much easier.
Yep.
So, yeah, get some friends together, get some Quake, and play a bit.
I will tell you that one of my favorite memories, a lot of my favorite gaming memories involve getting together in a room of people playing either LAN parties or a bunch of connected Xboxes or something. If you're one of the people who doesn't think that connecting a bunch of Xboxes together is a LAN party, I'm going to call it that regardless. Get over it. But I will say that one of the most fun experiences I had a few years ago in a similar situation is a buddy of mine decided he was going to have I think it was a 4th of July party or a birthday party. I don't know, some kind of party in the summer. And he said, we're doing an old school LAN party. And he bought a whole bunch of it wasn't computers, but he bought a whole bunch of old Xboxes on eBay, linked them together, set them all up at a giant table. You could go to different stations. They had a Smash tournament. They had Halo tournaments. They had fucking Mech Warrior there, all this shit. It was an absolute fucking blast. And cool. I gotta tell you, there's really still something to be said for getting together in the room with people and playing games.
There's more recently, I don't know where I read it, but there's groups of people where you play with there's clubhouses that are small social clubs where young people can go to, and they only play games that can be played in couch co-op. So you can, so you have to go into the club, and so you get talking to people, and so that lonely young people kind of get a place to build community, even though their hobby is video gaming. Because these days it often happens that you become a lonely person because you have so much access to games that isolate you from your real environment.
Yep. I think, I don't know if what you're talking about is gaming cafes where you go and rent time to sort of play on a computer or do things, but that might be a little bit different.
No, it's not a gaming cafe. It's more like places that are financed by the public hand, and you can go there and they just use their money to buy consoles, so young people have a place to get together and find friends and build relationships to people that are actually living close to them, so they have a social support network.
Oh, that's really nice. That's really cool, man. Okay. 1 second here. Daikatana. Poor Daikatana. A truly legendary failure of the gaming industry. Often voted one of the worst video games of all time by the gaming community. And it is pointed as an example of many things not to do in how to make a game or run a company. It also arguably changed the way that games were advertised. Because now, after what happened with Daikatana, a lot of gaming companies in the aggregate became more cautious about over-promising and under-delivering what would be in their games. That being said, as I mentioned earlier, retrospective reviews have claimed that the game isn't as bad as people made it out to be. It has had a small resurgence in years by fans. There is an unofficial patch that improves the game significantly, and Romero has encouraged the development and usage of the patch. If you want to play it, it is super cheap on Steam. I bought it for like less than $1 on sale. I'll tell you a quick funny story. When I was doing some digging, during the midst of COVID in 2020, somebody asked John Romero on Twitter, do you think that you would ever support a VR version of Daikatana? And Romero said, the world has been through enough in 2020.
I like when people like talk a lot of smack. I always appreciate it when they can also handle to be ridiculed. So
yes,
it at least seems like John Romero can take a few jokes about him.
I think so. I hope so if he ever listens to this. So beyond all of this, all the games, there have been talk of making movies, especially something for television. The book Masters of Doom, one of the sources that I used for this series, was originally greenlit for a pilot, but then never produced. They had even done casting. However, it was announced in 2024 that John Romero's book was being turned into a show, so we can look forward to that in the future. Oh, and they're making a documentary about it as well, but...
Cool.
Well, docs... I think that about covers it. We're going to thank some specific people here. But any last words before I start rattling off the gazillions of people I want to thank?
I have like a weird thought. And it's kind of a tangent, but I'm sorry. There's this book by Patrick Rothfuss, Rothfuss called The King Killer Chronicles. It's like supposed to be 3, but only 2 are out. It's a fantasy book. And in this book, the protagonist at some point goes to the Feywild, and in the Feywild, he comes to this tree. And this tree contains a creature called the Ktha, or calling like the name of the creature is hard to pronounce, as a lot of Eldritch creatures' names are hard to pronounce. But the creature has knowledge of all things that were, of all things that are, and of all things that could be. Every possible reality, and all the Fey creatures fear it and try to not let anything through to it because it shoots people like arrows by talking to them. It chooses the reality that it wants, and usually wants bad realities, and then talks to them in such a way that will fulfill that reality. And I sometimes, like, whenever you do these recaps of where people ended up, it always, especially with, like, in this case with Adrian Carmack, it made me think of this moment in his life where he sits in the hospital and he is being shot like an arrow, where he sees these pictures of gore and disgusting things, but he has an interest in metal, and he's like, and the arrow is being released and he starts flying, and there's no way to stop what is about to happen, but nobody realizes. And it's the same with this creature, that everybody knows it can do it, it can happen, it's all there, all the little particles, and then it just gets together. The same with Romero, like all the things that you always mentioned, like remember this little part, remember this moment where they play D&D and they call it this, remember how they feel lonely, remember how they can't put up lines, or how they can't, like, confront people about problems. All these little aspects turned into everything that seems like a wonderful legacy for the human race. Like, this is a cultural achievement that we talked about for, like, how long was this? 15 hours?
Oh, something like that. I think, by the time we're recording this, the 4th episode is out, and I think by my count, those alone were up to 10 and a half. So yeah, probably close to 15 by the time this is all edited and out to all of you. So
I simply want to thank you for recounting this wonderful story of these whistling arrows that we could just witness. And I hope they keep whistling for a while.
I could not have said that any better. Thank you for that, Docs. Okay, man. Well, yeah, big thank you to you. I would come through the screen and give you a big bear hug if I could, but alas, we're in different countries. So a hug from afar. Yes, we fucking did it, man. I also want to briefly thank someone in our community named Flame Scion pushed me toward doing this series, and I was kind of avoiding it for a little while, and I was on my stream the one day. And I always tell people, I'm like, if you guys want more episodes, then help me do some of the work because these take me fucking forever. And I was like, well, fine. You want me to do Doom? Fine, I'll do Doom. You send me a timeline then. And Flame Scion sent me a fucking timeline, sent me sources to start with, like got me all set up to like start this kicked off like over a year ago. So thanks, Flame Scion. I appreciate you pushing me toward doing this. It was all worth it in the end.
Thank you so much. This is so much of the work. Like if you hear this recording, just to do a ranking of the work, the most work is preparing this because we have to write scripts for it. And like the recording takes a little bit more time than you listen to it, not much more. So if this is 15 hours of podcast, it took us 15 hours to record. So for me, I have the least amount of work for this. Then the next amount of work is for the editing. Editing takes 2 to 3 times as long as the podcast is. The recording is, which is a ton of work. It's highly tedious because you don't just have it's active work. I'm just sitting here rambling. And then the most amount of work, which is insane, is preparing these episodes.
Yep.
And I think you must have taken more than a year to prepare this, right?
I did, actually, yeah. So this project originally started as another project, and I had mentioned this to Docs off recording, that this had started as another project that had something to do with Doom, but then I was like, well, I can't do this other project without doing Doom, and then I got more involved with Doom. I looked at that other project, and I had started, the last time I worked on that was March 1st, 2024. It is now, recording today, July 3rd, 2025. So that gives you an idea of how long I've been working on this, how things have changed since that original document.
Oh yeah, man.
So, you mentioned him earlier, but thanks to our editor, Andre, that guy has done a Herculean amount of work to make this listenable. He even had to learn new software to be able to make some things work. It's been a whole trying task. Also, I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but at the end of the Doom episode, if you haven't listened yet, Andre makes his first podcast appearance, so go give that a listen.
That was really cool. If you skipped it just because you thought the podcast was over, go back to the Doom episode, listen to the end. He has his own little segment where he explains some important things for Doom.
Yep. So thanks to Andre, big thanks to Andre. I also want to thank my wife for spending over a year listening to me walk into the room and say, you're never going to believe this fucking story about what happens to John Romero. I would bet that she does not give a single fuck about these games, but she is a kind, lovely woman who gave me more than enough time to bounce stories off of her.
Thank you, wife of Tyler, for being so patient.
She just walked by the door, and she just walked by the door as I said this and held up her hand to make a 0. Thank you, Andrea.
0 fucks.
And thank you to all of you listeners who have stuck with us. I know that our development timelines are really long, but there is a reason, because these take fucking forever. So I hope that you enjoyed it. Thanks to the people who do ping us from time to time and say, where's the episode? Are you guys okay? We are. This just takes forever in our lives.
We are usually okay. We just don't have the time to do it.
Yep. Balancing too many projects. So that's it, man. We did it. We fucking did it. We are through 6 episodes. We told the id Software story. We're fucking done.
I'm happy for you.
I don't even know what else to say.
Awesome.
Great. Well, be kind to each other out there. Hopefully we see you in some time faster than a year. But if not, we'll see you for the next one.
Bye. Sometimes I feel like, what if any one of these people ever listens to what we say about them? Which is nonsense. Why would they ever listen to this? But still, what if anyone ever listened to this? And I'd be like, okay, fine, John Romero. Maybe I was wrong about you. Maybe you want a nice office for once. And it's okay, and I trust you. But I believe you, John Romero, that you would be fine with someone talking shit about you, because you've done this your entire life, apparently. So don't take my really salty and mean comments about you too personal.
I think the chances of John Romero listening to our long podcast episode about his break with Carmack and several episodes that might be actually longer than some audiobooks I've listened to, I'm going to guess that the chances of that happening are pretty close to 0.
I think so.
Yeah, in the event that you do, big guy, don't take it too personally.
Don't take it too personally. Please don't ruin our lives, because I think you would likely be able to.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we don't have nice lives. We absolutely do not. There's not much to ruin. So, yeah. As
John Romero once said to Tom Hall, what are they going to sue you for? All you've got is a shitty fucking couch. I'm the Tom Hall in this situation, John. Okay?
What are they going
Anyway.
That was such a mean thing to say.
It's true. I need like 20 seconds to do something. 1 quick second. Just pause.
And there's 20 minutes, no 20 seconds to do something. I cannot wait for Tyler to return. I'm gonna push to record super long.
Sorry. Now I can hear you.
Nice.
Cool. Hi.
Welcome back.
Sorry. Cat's doing gross things.
I did a little jingle, so Andre can put it in.
Yeah. Wow. Actually, give me 10 more seconds. Fucking hell.
10 more seconds, something's happening and he's not explaining to me. Lack of communication is key. Yeah, I'm gonna push to record super long, so maybe we can do this in one sitting, but I believe that Tyler is gonna, this is, he warned me about how long this episode is gonna be, and he said it's gonna be 6 hours or something. I don't know if he really said that. He said it's gonna be at least 2 very long recording sessions, and 1 very long recording sessions for us is 2.5 hours. So I guess 5 hours. So, yeah. If this turns out to be a 5-hour episode, I am not sorry, because this is good stuff. I really like this. This is cool. So I'm impressed how much work Tyler did. This is insane. So all of you, if you listen to this in the end, and I'm if Andre maybe puts me in the end, this he put so much work into this. You gotta tell him how much you appreciate it. Like, this is really, really valuable. This is like, he put his heart into this, and you notice, like, he did so much stuff.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What have you done in my absence?
Nothing.